Chapter 1197. However, Luo Ping and the other two's expressions changed completely when they heard Yun Gang's next sentence. Lord Yang Chun has another identity. He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. These were Yun Gang's exact words. Emperor Wu's disciple. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, not only did Luo Ping and the other two's expressions change drastically, but even Zhang San and the Gold Thug's expressions changed as well. As for Feng Tianwu, Qin Shao Shuai, and Xiong Quan, they did not have any concept of Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they only looked confused and did not show any exaggerated expressions. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu's disciple? He's Emperor Wu's disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I've heard of Lost Stone Forest before. It's the cultivation place of Emperor Wu's powerhouse. That Emperor Wu's title is Emperor Wu Shiqi. Elder Yun's helper is Emperor Wu Shiqi's disciple? At the same time, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a change of expression. They did not expect Yun Gang's helper to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple. Even if he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he was still extremely powerful. This was because it was impossible for a weak martial artist to become Emperor Wu's disciple. At most, they could become Emperor Wu's follower. Most of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were people who stood at the peak of the martial monarch stage. They were people who had half a foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although Emperor Wu's disciples were slightly weaker, they were still not comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was said that any random Emperor Wu's disciple could be compared to the top powerhouses from the middle and upper first-rate forces on Cloud Continent or even the top powerhouses from the upper first-rate forces. Emperor Wu's disciple. Yang Hong's brother is Emperor Wu's disciple. Luo Ping's expression was extremely ugly. I've long heard that Peak Master Yang Hong's background is not simple, but I didn't expect his brother to be Emperor Wu's disciple. The Yu brothers looked at each other and saw the inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. Disciple of Emperor Wu. He was an existence that they had to look up to. He only needed a finger to crush them. For a time, their hearts were filled with fear. If it was said that they were still full of confidence in their Ling Tian sect's sect leader, Duan Lingnan, then now, they were shaken. Emperor Wu's disciple. The mere peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect is actually the younger brother of Emperor Wu's disciple. Zhang San's expression was somewhat ugly. He had long heard that Duan Lingtian had killed the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. He had even changed the name of the Yin-Yang sect to the sect Ling Tian sect and became the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. However, it had never crossed his mind that the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect actually had such an elder brother. Disciple of Emperor Wu. That was no joke. As far as he knew, those who wanted to become Emperor Wu's disciple either had to be a variant with extraordinary innate talent and divine ability on the Cloud Continent or a powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. The middle-aged man in front of him was obviously the latter. The threshold for the latter was extremely high as well. It was said that only a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who possessed the strength of more than 5 ancient black dragons would be qualified to become Emperor Wu's disciple when he exerted his full strength. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons was the lowest threshold. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Qin Shao Shuai, and Xiong Quan had also learned the meaning of the words Emperor Wu's disciple from the discussion of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples nearby. At once, Chen Shao Shuai and Xiong Quan's faces turned grave. Damn it! Emperor Wu's disciple is actually so powerful? Chen Shao Shuai cursed in his heart. Even though Feng Tianwu maintained a calm expression on her face, in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes, there seemed to be a trace of worry mixed within. It was obvious that she was worried about Duan Lingtian. Luo Ping, I'll give the 3 of you a chance. Now, stand on my side. After Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian, all of you will still be part of the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, Yun Gang looked at Luo Ping and the other two and said slowly, if you're not willing to stand on my side, I won't spare your lives after Lord Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian. Based on Yun Gang's words, it was obvious that he wanted Luo Ping and the other two to make a choice. This choice was related to their lives and fortunes. At once, Luo Ping and the other two's faces turned pale. I'll give all of you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, whoever doesn't stand on my side will be my enemy. Yun Gang continued to force Luo Ping and the other two to make a choice. The moment Yun Gang's words left his mouth, apart from Yang Chun, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Ping and the other two. They wanted to know what choice they would make. Would they choose to stand on the opposite side of Ling Tian sect and stand on Yun Gang's side? Or would they choose to stand on the side of Ling Tian sect and continue to oppose Yun Gang? Either of the two choices had its risks. If they chose the former, once Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, killed Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, the consequences were obvious. Nobody would let go of a traitor. If they chose the latter, once Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, killed Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, they would not be able to survive. Yun Gang would send them on their way immediately. Speaking of which, the choice now was a gamble. Would Duan Ling Tian be stronger than Duan Ling Tian, or would Yang Chun be stronger than Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian's strength was not a secret to most of the people from Ling Tian sect present on the scene. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his strength when he fought the leaders of the 4 great first-rate forces. His strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, as Emperor Wu's disciple, even if Yang Chun was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, he still possessed the strength of at least 5 ancient black dragons. Yun Gang, if I stand on your side, I'll be standing on Yang Hong's side. For this reason, I choose to live and die with Ling Tian sect. Soon after, Luo Ping was the first to make her stand. Although Yang Hong was dead, Yun Gang brought Yang Hong's brother, Yang Chun, back today. If she stood on Yun Gang's side, it would be no different from standing on Yang Hong's side. She, who hated Yang Hong from the bottom of her heart, made her choice immediately. The moment Luo Ping's words left her mouth, many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian sect's eyes lit up immediately. They secretly praised her as a heroine. Humph! Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Yun Gang snorted disdainfully when he heard Luo Ping's words. Then, he looked at the Yu brothers whose expressions were still changing and said in a deep voice, "You Ping Yuan, both of you better think carefully. Right now, you only have 5 breaths left." 5 breaths? The Yu brothers' expressions changed again when they heard Yun Gang's words. For a moment, the Yu brothers had become the center of attention. What do you think the 2 vice sect leaders will choose? I don't know. This depends on whether they have more confidence in the sect leader or that Emperor Wu's disciple. Many of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian sect whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation for the Yu brothers' choice. There's still 3 breaths left. After 2 breaths, Yun Gang urged them again. The Yu brothers' expressions turned even uglier. Not long after, another 2 breaths passed. Yun Gang said in a deep voice, "Both of you have 1 more breath left." Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yun Gang finished speaking, the Yu brothers finally made their move. They flew out and appeared behind Yun Gang in a flash. Ha! Seeing that the Yu brothers had chosen his side, Yun Gang laughed heartily. At the same time, he looked at the 2 of them and said, "You Ping Yuan, both of you will soon realize how correct your choice is." Then, he looked at Luo Ping and sneered, "Luo Ping, you will soon realize how stupid your choice is." Luo Ping ignored Yun Gang's sarcasm and looked at the Yu brothers. She said in a deep voice, "You Ping Yuan, are you worthy of the sect leader for making such a choice? If I remember correctly, both of you seem to have spirit weapons and medicinal pills that the sect leader personally refined for both of you, right? Whether it was Yu Ping or Yuan, both of them had a grade 1 spirit weapon that Duan Ling Tian had refined for them. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. They had also obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity from Duan Ling Tian. When the Yu brothers heard Luo Ping's words, their expressions turned grave. However, they did not say anything because they knew they were in the wrong. I really feel sorry for Duan Ling Tian. To think he actually made both of you the vice sect leaders of Ling Tian sect. Chen Xiao Shui said disdainfully as he glanced at the Yu brothers. Traces of killing intent began to flicker in the depths of Feng Tianwu's eyes. This killing intent was directed at the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers' choice had infuriated her. Which one of you is Duan Lingtian? Yang Chun, who had been watching the show from the side for a long time, finally spoke. The moment she spoke, she wanted to look for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Lord Yang Chun, Duan Lingtian hasn't come out yet. Yun Gang, who was standing behind Yang Chun, said respectfully. However, those three people are Duan Lingtian's people. If you kill them, Lord Yang Chun, I'm sure Duan Lingtian won't be able to hold himself back and come out. Soon after, Yun Gang's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug as he said with a sinister smile. Yang Chun's gaze immediately shifted to Feng Tianwu and the other two. Xiong Quan and the gold thug's faces turned grave when they were targeted. However, they still flew out at the same time and stood in front of Feng Tianwu. They were like two door gods as they protected Feng Tianwu behind them. Both of you are really loyal? It seems like she must be Duan Lingtian's woman. Yang Chun smirked. If that's the case, I'll ruthlessly destroy the flower and kill this woman first. I don't have to worry about that cowardly Duan Lingtian not coming out. Based on his words, he did not show any mercy to Feng Tianwu because of her peerless beauty. Idiot. Chapter 1198. It's the sect leader. Many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' eyes lit up when they heard the voice. They began to look around as though they were trying to find the sect leader of the Lingtian sect. There were also some people who looked at Yang Chun strangely. So what if you're Emperor Wu's disciple? Our sect leader of the Lingtian sect still calls you an idiot. When Yang Chun heard the voices that seemed to come from all directions, she was unable to react for a moment. After noticing the strange gazes around her, she was completely enraged. You're Duan Lingtian? His sharp gaze quickly landed on the purple-clad young man who had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing next to Feng Tianwu like a flower guardian. At this moment, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who were standing in front of Feng Tianwu, tactfully retreated. They stood behind Duan Lingtian respectfully as though they were Duan Lingtian's shadow. Elder Yun. Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Yang Chun's question at all. His gaze landed on Yun Gang, who was behind Yang Chun. You left without saying goodbye that day just to look for help to make a comeback? Yang Chun, who was ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though they were about to spit fire. Duan Lingtian, Lord Yang Chun is asking you a question. How dare you ignore Lord Yang Chun? You're dead meat. Yun Gang could also sense Yang Chun's anger and could not help but sneer as he spoke. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the two people next to Yun Gang. They were the Yu brothers. When his gaze swept past the two of them, it was as though he was about to devour them. He had never mistreated the two of them before. However, today, the two of them had betrayed him and the Lingtian sect. Whether I'm dead or not, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to know. In the face of Yun Gang's sneer, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. At this moment, Yang Chun's expression suddenly changed. She moved and disappeared on the spot as if she was hiding from something. She didn't even have the time to warn Yun Gang and the other two. Bang! Almost at the same time that Yang Chun disappeared from where he stood, a deafening explosion rang out like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! 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 Waves of earth-shaking explosions were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Quite a number of Lingtian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices. At the same time, the airwaves that were accompanied by the sound of the air explosion transformed into waves of raging gales that swept through the surrounding area, causing many of the Lingtian sect disciples with low cultivations to squint their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers, who had been standing there perfectly fine a moment ago, exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist with a loud bang. Bloody mist splashed out like a blossoming firework, extremely beautiful. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even Yang Chun, who had dodged to the side, had an extremely grave expression on his face. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the 3 clouds of blood mist exploded. A gigantic figure had appeared there. The gigantic figure that was about 3 meters tall appeared before the eyes of the people present, causing them to be stunned. Puppet. Am I dreaming? For a moment, many people looked at each other silently as similar thoughts appeared in their minds. Many of them even stretched out their hands and pinched their thighs hard. It was only when the intense pain came from their thighs that they confirmed that they were not dreaming. Since when did a puppet possess such powerful strength? Killing an 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse and 2 7th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses in just a second? Just the thought of it made their scalps go numb. Of course, this was not the only thing that made them feel inexplicably shocked. After the gigantic puppet that was about 3 meters tall appeared in the distance, it actually raised its hand like a human and put away the 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments in the bloody mist that filled the sky. Subsequently, the puppet threw out the spatial rings and profundity fragments in its hand under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd. The direction it threw them in was the direction where Duan Lingtian was standing. Bush, bush, bush. 3 spatial rings and over 10 profundity fragments flew through the air and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they were casually put away by Duan Lingtian into his spatial ring. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was speechless. I thought it was going to attack the sect leader with the spatial rings and profundity fragments. I didn't expect it to pass the spatial rings and profundity fragments to the sect leader. Can anyone tell me what's going on? How can a mere puppet possess such powerful strength? This doesn't make sense at all. I've never heard of such a powerful puppet on the Cloud Continent. Most importantly, this puppet seems to be obeying the sect leader's orders. Aren't puppets supposed to be activated by inscription formations? Once they're activated, they won't recognize anyone, right? Why is it obeying the sect leader's orders now? It said that a few months ago, the sect leader won a piece of mysterious silver in the auction held by the Zhou clan's auction square in Ataraxia City. Mysterious silver? What's that? Mysterious silver is a special material that can be fused with inscription formations into a puppet's body to make the puppet obey orders. I see. As the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves, they were not surprised by the puppet obeying the orders of their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. However, at the same time that they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts that a puppet could possess such great power, they were also puzzled. None of them had ever heard of such a powerful puppet. This puppet is too powerful. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. I'm afraid the 2 vice sect leaders did not expect that they would end up like this even when they died. I reckon that they were killed by the sect master's puppet before they could even react. Many people sighed at the death of the Yu brothers. Luo Ping broke out in cold sweat from the shock. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she stood on the side of the Ling Tian sect. Otherwise, she would definitely end up like the Yu brothers. She would not even know how she died. Hammer. Hammer is actually so powerful? Chen Xiao Shuai, who was stunned for a long time, finally regained his senses. After he regained his senses, his face was filled with fear. He only realized it now. When Hammer attacked him previously, he was afraid that he had only used 30% of his strength at most. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Hammer's ability to instantly kill 2 level 8 martial monarch stage martial artists and a level 9 martial monarch stage martial artist made him realize this point clearly. I can't believe there's such a monster by the sect leader's side. Zhang San was dumbfounded. At this moment, apart from the others, even Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who were next to Duan Lingtian, were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xiong Quan, how did Master make this puppet? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How am I supposed to know? I only know that Master has recently made a puppet, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful puppet. Xiong Quan replied in annoyance. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock. Even though Feng Tianwu's expression was as calm as before, but in the depths of her pair of beautiful autumn eyes, There seemed to be slight shock mixed within. It was obvious that she was shocked by the puppet's ability that Duan Lingtian had made. "Give me the control of this puppet, and I'll consider letting them go if you die." Just as everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's puppet, a cold voice resonated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Many people's expressions changed. At this moment, the person who spoke became the center of attention. The person who spoke was none other than Yang Chun. At the same time, he was also Emperor Wu's disciple. It was obvious that his words were directed at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Apart from being the biological brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect, he seems to be Emperor Wu's disciple as well. At this moment, Qin Shao Shui looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, "Emperor Wu's disciple?" Upon hearing Qin Shao Shui's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. After exclaiming in surprise, he began to re-examine the middle-aged man in front of him. "Yang Chun." Duan Lingtian's surprise caused a smug expression to appear on Yang Chun's face as well. However, very soon, the smug expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. All of this was because of Duan Lingtian's next sentence. "As far as I know, many of Emperor Wu's disciples are not even known by Emperor Wu. These people use the name of Emperor Wu's disciples to fool people, but in reality, they're just the dogs of Emperor Wu's direct disciples." One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's words were incisive, and every word struck the heart. This could be seen from Yang Chun's gloomy expression. "If I'm not mistaken, you're not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, right?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he had no intention of letting Yang Chun off the hook. If he was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple, then he must be an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple. In Duan Lingtian's words, an ordinary Emperor Wu's direct disciple was just a dog that was ordered around by Emperor Wu's direct disciples. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the people under Emperor Wu's command on Cloud Continent were divided into direct disciples, ordinary disciples, and low-level followers. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Yang Chun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He roared, "Today, not only am I going to kill you, but I'm going to annihilate your entire Lingtian sect." At this moment, Yang Chun, who was extremely enraged, seemed to have lost interest in the puppet, hammer, that Duan Lingtian controlled. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. This person still dared to humiliate him after knowing his identity. "What? You're angry because I hit the nail on the head?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider as he continued to provoke Yang Chun. It seemed like he was not afraid of Yang Chun just because he was Emperor Wu's disciple. "You're seeking death." Duan Lingtian's provocation was like a fuse that completely ignited Yang Chun's anger. Chapter 1199. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Yang Chun disappeared before most people's eyes. Of course, he did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to catch the traces of his movements. However, although most people present could not see the traces of Yang Chun's movements, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not see them. However, even in the face of Yang Chun, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not have much of a reaction. He stood on the spot as if he was waiting for Yang Chun's attack to descend. Swoosh! Yang Chun's body moved like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He pounced at Duan Lingtian, baring his fangs and sharp claws. Swoosh! In his hand, the 3-foot-long sword suddenly expanded into a sword radiance that was several feet long. It whizzed out and aimed directly at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to split Duan Lingtian into two. Boom! 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 At the same time that Yang Chun's body moved, a series of air explosions also attacked Duan Lingtian. As Yang Chun charged at Duan Lingtian with his sword, the sword radiance that was several feet long whizzed out. Just as it was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, a huge figure stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Swoosh! A pair of huge fists whizzed out like 2 cannonballs. They met the sword radiance that was whizzing towards them and violently collided with it. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying loud sound reverberated. With the fist and sword as the center, The airflow in the air fluctuated like ripples in all directions. Wah! Wah wah! Many Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivations were shaken by the loud sound until they bled from their 7 orifices. There were even some who spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and eye-catching blood. At the same time, a raging wind swept out, causing the robes of the people present to flutter. The group of people who were not affected stared at the scene before them without blinking. In the nick of time, the huge figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in time to protect Duan Lingtian and swung its fists to block Yang Chun's ferocious sword was the puppet that was 3 meters tall. Hammer, well done. Chen Xiao Shui shouted loudly when he saw the puppet and Yang Chun were in a deadlock, breaking the silence of the scene. Hammer? So, it's called Hammer. At this moment, everyone present, Duan Lingtian's puppet. Sush, sush. Soon, everyone's attention to the void above Hammer and Yang Chun. The heaven and earth energy, heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above Hammer's head. After that, 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons appeared above Yang Chun's head. Boom! Just as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Hammer and Yang Chun's heads condensed, another loud sound rang out. It was the sword ray that swept out from the grade 1 spirit sword in Yang Chun's hand that suddenly soared and suppressed Hammer's fists. Hammer was forced to take a few steps back from the pressure. Its huge body began to tremble violently because of this. The difference of the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons caused Hammer to be completely crushed. Yang Chun did not use his full strength when he swung his sword earlier. He only used the strength of 5 ancient black dragons, and it was blocked by Hammer in the end. He was instantly enraged. Being blocked by a puppet was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. At this moment, he unleashed the 4th-level monarch stage profundity that he did not use earlier. He unleashed his full strength and unleashed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Just like that, the strength of the sword ray that shot out from the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand easily suppressed Hammer's strength and pushed him back. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons? The sect leader's puppet is so powerful. No wonder it could kill 3 7th-level martial monarchs in just a blink of an eye. It turns out that its strength is comparable to a 9th-level martial monarch martial artist. It's even more powerful than most 9th-level martial monarchs. This Yang Chun can actually unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. The sect leader's puppet is no match for him. A few months ago, the sect leader killed the leaders of the 4 major first-rate forces by himself. At that time, the strength that the sect leader displayed was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. It's only been a few months. Even if the sect leader's strength has improved, I'm afraid it'll only increase by 1,000 to 2,000 ancient horned dragons at most. If that's the case, the sect leader's strength is at most on par with his puppet? The group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples whispered among themselves. In the end, all of them turned pale with panic as though a great disaster was about to befall them. At this moment, most of them did not think that their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, would be able to deal with Yang Chun, a martial monarch's disciple. According to Yang Chun, he planned to annihilate the entire Lingtian sect today. Once their sect leader, Duan Lingtian, was defeated, the Lingtian sect would be annihilated as well. They would all die in Yang Chun's hands and be buried together with the Lingtian sect. When they thought of this, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples were filled with despair. Many of them even had the intention to retreat. Soon after, when one of the Lingtian sect's disciples was about to leave quietly, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples followed suit. It was as though they were avoiding the plague. However, these people were stopped by Luo Ping and Zhang San. Hand over your spatial rings and you can leave. You're no longer Lingtian sect's disciples. Luo Ping and Zhang San did not stop the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples who wanted to leave. However, they took their spatial rings. Their spatial rings contain the origin stones mined from the Ling Tian Sect's estate and the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 medicinal pills refined by the Ling Tian Sect's Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists. These things were not allowed to be taken away. For a moment, many of the Ling Tian Sect's elders and disciples hesitated. No matter what it is, it's not as important as my life. I don't want anything in this spatial ring. Soon after, one of the Ling Tian Sect's disciples took the lead and handed over his spatial ring. After muttering to himself, he quickly left the Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian Sect. With someone taking the lead, many of the Ling Tian Sect's elders and disciples quickly followed suit. Soon after, 1/3 of the people from the Ling Tian Sect had left. Chen Xiaoshui's expression was extremely grave as he said, "They're really fleeing in the face of disaster." In the distance, Yang Chun, who no longer pursued after forcing Chui to retreat, saw the scene of many of the Ling Tian Sect's elders and disciples leaving. However, he did not stop them. His thoughts were completely focused on the puppet that was 3 meters tall in front of him. This puppet actually possessed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Although it was not as strong as him, it was still shocking for a puppet to possess such strength. If I can bring this puppet back and give it to Senior Brother Zhou, I'm sure Senior Brother Zhou will be very happy. Yang Chun thought to himself as his heart jolted. Although he was Emperor Wu's disciple, just like the purple-clad young man before him had said, even his nominal master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, might not know him. Usually, Emperor Wu's disciples like him would follow one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples and listen to their orders. The direct disciple he followed was Emperor Wu's direct disciple who was ranked second among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. He was an extremely powerful powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. It was said that Zhou Yi's strength was not inferior to the person who was ranked first among the 4 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. The 4 direct disciples were not ranked according to their strength. Instead, they were ranked according to the order they entered the sect. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's second disciple. He was also the disciple that Emperor Wu doted on the most. Yang Chun had always been proud of following Zhou Yi. When Yang Chun thought about the opportunity to please Senior Brother Zhou today, his heart was filled with excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. He knew it was almost impossible for the sect leader of Ling Tian Sect, Duan Ling Tian, to hand over the control of the puppet. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge his brother, Yang Hong, for the sake of this extremely rare puppet before him that could please Senior Brother Zhou, he had to suppress his rage for the time being. Duan Ling Tian, you killed my brother, Yang Hong. You'll definitely die today. However, do you really want so many people to die with you? Yang Chun asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he swept his gaze across the others. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless luster, causing fear to rise from the bottom of many people's hearts. Some of the people with weaker mental fortitude were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chun calmly as though Yang Chun's words did not affect him at all. Duan Lingan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the control of this puppet. As long as I obtain the control of this puppet, I'll leave after I kill you. Yang Chun continued. To him, his target today was Duan Ling Tian. All he had to do was kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not care about the life and death of the others. Although this puppet of yours is powerful as you saw earlier, it's far from being a match for me. Yang Chun reminded him patiently. Yang Chun's words caused a small portion of the Ling Tian Sect's elders and disciples to look at Duan Ling Tian hopefully. They hoped that Duan Ling Tian would do as Yang Chun said. If that was the case, they might be able to escape this calamity. However, Duan Ling Tian's next words caused their expressions to change. They realized it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to do as Yang Chun said. Are you done? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he glanced at Yang Chun indifferently. Are you done? When Yang Chun heard Duan Ling Tian's casual words, his face turned completely gloomy. He threatened, Duan Lingyan, since you're so stubborn, I'll kill the people from your Ling Tian sect one by one first. I'll kill you after they're all dead. I hope that when the time comes, you can still be as calm as you are now. Chapter 1200. As soon as Yang Chun's words left his mouth, many people's expressions changed. At the same time, Yang Chun did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. His body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before most people's eyes. He dashed towards his first target. His first target was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Yang Chun's speed was so fast that even Hammer, the puppet that was ordered by Duan Lingtian to chase after Yang Chun, could not catch up to him. Its fists that were like cannonballs landed on empty air. "I'll kill your woman first." After a short moment, Yang Chun arrived near Feng Tianwu. Origin energy skyrocketed from the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. A few types of profundities followed like shadows as they transformed into a sword ray that was several tens of feet long that was pointed at Feng Tianwu. Although most of the people present could not see Yang Chun's movements, the sword ray that was flying towards Feng Tianwu was clearly reflected in their eyes. Coupled with Yang Chun's cold words, they knew that Yang Chun's first target was the red-clad lady by the side of their sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Feng Tianwu. This person was suspected to be the sect leader's wife. At this moment, many people's hearts were in their mouths. Could it be that this peerless beauty who was devastatingly beautiful was going to die here? Accompanied by Yang Chun's ferocious sword, a fierce gust of wind blew towards Feng Tianwu's face and swept her beautiful hair that fluttered in the wind. It added a hint of celestial aura to her, as though she was a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged even though she was facing a life and death crisis. It was as though she was completely unaware of the impending danger. Of course, this did not mean that she was not afraid of death. Although she had lost her past memories, she once again had the motivation to live well during this period of time. That motivation was the man standing by her side. The reason why she could be so calm was entirely because she trusted this man almost blindly. Miss Tianwu. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan's expressions changed. Like most of the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect, they felt that Duan Lingtian's ability was at most on par with the puppet, Hammer. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Yang Chun. "Idiot!" A calm and indifferent voice rang out as the several zhang long sword ray arrived in front of Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. It was only inches away from Feng Tianwu. Boom! Immediately after, everyone heard a loud sound. The moment the loud sound spread out, the airflow in the air was compressed to the extreme and then spread out, turning into a terrifying gale. The raging wind caused many people to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Heavens! What did they see? They saw a purple figure standing in front of Feng Tianwu without them noticing. A layer of 5-colored light shield rose around his body. It was like a translucent cocoon that covered his entire body. In the face of Yang Chun's ferocious sword strike, the 5-colored light shield on his body only shook for a moment before it regained its calm. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Yang Chun's face. When he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him, shock and disbelief filled his eyes. In fact, he had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. It contained the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon that consolidated in the void above his head. However, even then, his attack was still blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by the other party's defensive martial skill. Yang Chun was stunned. He was completely stunned. Yang Chun was not the only one who was dumbstruck. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone else was also dumbstruck. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was completely beyond their imagination. In the beginning, when they saw Yang Chun's attack was blocked by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, with his defensive martial skill, they only thought that Yang Chun had held back. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Yang Chun's head, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Yang Chun had exerted all his strength in the sword strike earlier. Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength was actually blocked by the sect leader's defensive martial skill? To be able to block Yang Chun's sword strike with all his strength with a defensive martial skill. How powerful is the sect leader now? Isn't the sect leader's improvement too great? When he fought with the leaders of the 4 first-rate forces previously, he only exerted the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Perhaps the sect leader held back and did not exert all his strength previously. That should be the case. The leaders of the 4 first-rate forces are not qualified for the sect leader to exert all his strength. When the group of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples regained their senses, their eyes lit up. While they were glad that they had escaped the calamity, they were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At this moment, they only felt that their understanding of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader, was still too shallow. Otherwise, they would not have so little confidence in the sect leader. I wonder how powerful the sect leader is now. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the sect leader's head is going to take form soon. At that moment, many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were attracted by the heaven and earth energy that was swirling above Duan Lingtian's head. However, they were soon disappointed again. This was because the heaven and earth phenomenon had disappeared before it could take form. It was because the 5-colored light shield that rose from Duan Lingtian's body disappeared. An extraordinary 3-foot-long sword stopped moving and landed steadily in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As for the 5-colored light shield, it was formed by the defensive martial skill, the 9 Dragons Protection. Earlier he had relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to cast the heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill that originated from the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. He had easily blocked Yang Chun's attack. His current strength was far from what Yang Chun could compare to. In the past few months, although he had slacked off on his cultivation base and fused profundity, he had been constantly comprehending the sword Tao that was contained in the word sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in his mind. Due to this reason, his sword profundity had improved once again. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the improvement this time. He was so shocked that he could not react for a long time. Due to this reason, his strength had completely surpassed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. This was also the reason why he was not afraid of Yang Chun. As someone who had merged with Emperor Wu's memory from the reincarnation, it was only natural that he could roughly estimate the strength of the ordinary disciples under Emperor Wu. Based on his speculation, he had overestimated Yang Chun. In my eyes, you're no different from your brother, Yang Hong. Both of you are idiots. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he stared at Yang Chun with his cold eyes. Idiot. When Yang Chun heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot for the 3rd time, his body trembled. His face was filled with shame and anger, but he did not do anything in the end. Although he did not know exactly how strong Duan Lingtian was, he had no idea how strong he was. However, the scene earlier told him that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He knew that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. Although he could not figure out how a leader from a low-level first-rate force could be so strong, it was true that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for him to kill him. What? Didn't you say that you're going to kill everyone around me one by one? Why aren't you doing it? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chun in disdain and urged him. Yang Chun's face turned green and pale. Duan Lingtian, don't be so full of yourself. There are many people in this world who can cure you. Yang Chun sneered in anger. Perhaps, there are many people in this world who can cure me. However, I don't think that includes you. Duan Lingtian said sarcastically. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. At the same time, a wave of killing intent began to surge out of his body. It was a terrifying killing intent. Yang Chun, who felt the killing intent emitted from Duan Lingtian's body, only had this thought in his mind. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most of the people's eyes. Trying to escape? When many people were shocked by Yang Chun's sudden disappearance, another voice entered their ears. It was the voice of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Subsequently, they realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian appeared in the distance. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of him as well. It was none other than Yang Chun. A disciple of the great Emperor Wu actually fled in front of the sect leader? Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a strange expression on their faces. Don't forget, this Yang Chun is just an ordinary disciple under Emperor Wu. Perhaps, even Emperor Wu doesn't know him. According to the sect leader, a disciple of Emperor Wu like him is just a dog of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Someone said, "Do you think you have the ability to escape from me?" Duan Lingtian stared at Yang Chun with a hint of disdain and contempt at the corner of his mouth. "Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm not as good as you. However, you better think this through. You'll have to pay a huge price if you kill me." Yang Chun took a deep breath. While fear could be seen in his eyes, he did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. "Price?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "Could it be that you think that Emperor Wu would avenge you just because you carry the title of Emperor Wu's disciple? I reckon even if he saw you, he wouldn't be able to recognize you." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with mockery. "You don't have the qualifications to make Lord Stone Emperor make a move. Any personal disciple under the Rock Emperor's command is enough to easily kill you." Yang Chun sneered. At the same time, his eyes flashed. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out. *T. When Duan Lingtian, who had been observing Yang Chun, saw Yang Chun's actions, his expression changed drastically, and he wanted to chase after the ray of light. However, he soon noticed that the ray of light had vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Its speed was so fast that it was far from what he could do now. Communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's face was ashen. As someone who had fused with the lifetime of inscription memories of Emperor Wu, he could tell that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun had just shot out was made by an inscription master of Emperor Wu's level. The speed was so fast that he was unable to catch up. "I was careless." Chapter 1201. "Haha, Duan Lingyan, if you dare to kill me, you won't be able to live either." Yang Chun laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. His eyes were filled with disdain as though he was certain that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, did Duan Lingtian really not dare to kill him? Soon he got his answer. "Idiot." As Duan Lingtian spat out the two words nonchalantly again, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword trembled all of a sudden as he lifted his hand and charged toward Yang Chun. 9 dragons radiant flash. Before the smile on Yang Chun's face disappeared completely, the 5-colored sword gleam that surged out of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the 9-headed divine dragons, and 18 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Before Yang Chun could react, they pierced through all of his vital points all over his body. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Chun was killed by Duan Lingtian. The almighty disciple of Emperor Wu died just like that. When Yang Chun was killed, he still had a smug smile on his face because he thought Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. That was also the last smile he would ever have in his life. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed a strength that was much more powerful than Yang Chun, most of the people present did not think that Duan Lingtian would dare to kill Yang Chun. After all, Yang Chun was Emperor Wu's disciple no matter what. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian killed Yang Chun, Emperor Wu's disciple from Lost Stone Forest, without any hesitation. "All Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, listen to my order." At this moment, Luo Ping and Zhang San, who seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, looked at the surrounding Lingtian sect's elders and disciples and shouted in unison. In an instant, all the Lingtian sect elders and disciples turned to look at the two of them. "Next, all of you must swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you will not speak of what happened today. Those who do not swear will be killed on the spot." Zhang San slowly opened his mouth. His tone was cold and indifferent, and it was filled with killing intent. For a moment, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' complexion changed greatly. Their bodies trembled for no reason, but they quickly regained their composure. They naturally guessed the intentions of the two vice sect masters. He was worried that they would spread the news that the sect leader had killed Emperor Wu's disciple, which would bring disaster to the Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang San and Luo Ping, then sighed. Due to the fact that the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out was too fast, the two 7th-level martial monarchs, Zhang San and Luo Ping, did not notice it. Otherwise, they would not have been so eager to make the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples swear. It's impossible for the communication jade slip that Yang Chun threw out to attract Emperor Wu. The biggest possibility is that he's Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a great pressure. Emperor Wu's direct disciple was not something Emperor Wu's disciple could compare to. Every Emperor Wu's direct disciple was either a genius martial artist who could be considered monstrous in the entire Cloud continent or a powerhouse who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage who had 1 foot in the Emperor Wu stage. Although I've comprehended the first-level Emperor stage sword profundity and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, compared to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, I don't have any advantage at all. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew how terrifying Emperor Wu's direct disciples were. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had gone through 2 lifetimes and had taken in a few powerful direct disciples. Any one of them was more powerful than him. Moreover, there were even some who could exert a strength that was comparable to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons or more. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. It was so oppressive that he felt a little suffocated. I'll depart tomorrow to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Many of the royal grade pills he left behind can help a martial monarch powerhouse raise their cultivation base. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's accumulated in my body, my cultivation base should be able to raise rapidly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. Tomorrow, they would set off for the place where the rebirth martial emperor stored his great treasure. They would retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. This time, Duan Lingtian planned to depart alone. He did not even plan to bring Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiongquan because he wanted to rush back as soon as possible. Who knew if Emperor Wu's direct disciples who received the communication jade slip that Yang Chun sent out would really come? He had no choice but to prepare himself for the coming storm. That night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. A jade box appeared in his hand out of thin air. The jade box looked extremely exquisite. It was left behind by Duan Lingtian's cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. At that time, Duan Ruffing had left him a total of 3 powerful talismans and this exquisite jade box. Now, the 3 talismans had long been used. Only this exquisite jade box was left. I wonder if I'll be able to open it now. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He exerted force with both hands, intending to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that even if he took out his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength that was equivalent to 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons, he still could not open the exquisite jade box in his hand. What's my cheapskate father trying to do? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. With his current strength, he could at least be ranked in the middle among the powerhouses who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. However, he could not even open a small box at that moment. At that moment, the exquisite jade box became even more mysterious in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I'm afraid this exquisite jade box does not only contain my cheapskate father's whereabouts. It's highly possible that there are other things in it as well. Perhaps, it's something more precious than the 3 talismans. Or perhaps, it's a huge stack of talismans? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the end, his eyes were as bright as the stars. It was as though he could see himself holding a huge stack of talismans and randomly throwing them around to kill a group of powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Naturally, for now, all of this was Duan Lingtian's dream. This was because Duan Lingtian had no idea what was in the exquisite jade box. He could only make wild guesses. Since he could not open the exquisite jade box, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be in a stalemate with it. He put it back into his spatial ring and focused on his cultivation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not forget to comprehend the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. All of them came from the fused profundity and the sword profundity that he had comprehended. The second-level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. The first-level Emperor stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. When the two were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Even if Duan Lingtian used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength, it would only be equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horn dragons. This was because his cultivation base was too weak compared to the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. The 4th-level martial monarch stage was already considered a high cultivation base. However, it seemed so weak and powerless in front of the 2 profundities that Duan Lingtian had comprehended and mastered. If people knew the composition of Duan Lingtian's strength, they would definitely be shocked. He possessed the profundity that Emperor Wu had comprehended, but his cultivation base was only at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine that the same person would possess the same cultivation base. However, this phenomenon had indeed happened to Duan Lingtian. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang is really a god. I've only comprehended 20% of the sword Dao comprehension that he left behind in the word sword in my mind, and he's already able to transform the sword profundity to the Emperor stage profundity. If I were to comprehend all the sword Dao comprehension in my mind, wouldn't I be able to comprehend the 9th-level Emperor stage sword profundity? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart could not help but tremble. He felt that the person who left behind the word sword, who called himself the Sword Saint, was really unfathomable. The sword Dao comprehension that I've accumulated in my mind is only the tip of the iceberg of the sword Dao comprehension in the word sword. If I can completely comprehend the word sword, I wonder what level my sword profundity will be raised to. One thing I'm certain of is that the sword profundity at that time will definitely surpass the 9th-level Emperor stage sword profundity. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's mind had calmed down again. He quietly cultivated the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form, and comprehended the 2 profundities. His cultivation base was increasing at a speed that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the increase in his cultivation base was still too slow. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left Lingtian Peak and the Lingtian sect without alerting anyone. He made his way to the place where the great treasure was stored in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Naturally, he did not leave without saying goodbye. Yesterday, he had already told Feng Tianwu that he was leaving. Moreover, he had also passed the control of the puppet, hammer, to Feng Tianwu. During the time that he was leaving the Lingtian sect, the puppet, hammer, would guard the sect. With hammer strength, it was easy for it to guard a first-rate force. Unless it encountered a martial monarch powerhouse like Yang Chun again, it would not feel any pressure at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried when he left. Duan Lingtian's speed was driven by his own strength. He even used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. His speed was extremely fast. The journey that was supposed to take him a month only took him slightly more than 20 days. Chapter 1202. West of the Inner Land, Lost Stone Forest. A black figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house. It was a tall young man dressed in black. He stood there as though he was one with the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting toward him. When he opened his hand slowly, a deep-colored jade slip appeared in his hand. It was a communication jade slip. As the black-clad young man channeled a trace of origin energy into the communication jade slip, an anxious and familiar voice entered his ears clearly. "Senior Brother Zhou, if I didn't make it back, I would have been killed by the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian. If I die, I hope you can avenge me on account of the fact that I've worked hard for you all these years." The voice stopped abruptly at this point. This black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. His master was Emperor Wu Shi, and he was Emperor Wu's favorite disciple. His strength could be considered as one of the best among the direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command. "Duan Lingtian," Zhou Yi muttered indifferently. Zhou Yi muttered with an expressionless face. He tightened his grip on the communication jade slip and crushed it into pieces. A gust of wind blew past, causing Zhou Yi's black clothes to flutter. The communication jade slip in his hand turned into powder and disappeared into the air with Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. Zhou Yi's expression remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though Yang Chun's life and death had no effect on him at all. However, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the inner land, Duan Lingtian finally arrived near his destination by following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. His destination was the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure during his second lifetime. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the spatial ring that contains the great treasure he left behind is in that mountain range. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly landed in the distance. There was a mountain range in front of his eyes. The mountain range was lush and green. It was enough to show that the environment for flowers and trees to grow was good. After 10,000 years, this mountain range would have more or less changed. I'm afraid it'll take some effort to find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu hid the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Regarding this, he had already mentally prepared himself. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the mountain range in front of him. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the mountain range. Boom, 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 boom. When Duan Lingtian arrived above the mountain range, he suddenly heard a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the mountain range. These loud noises caused the nearby mountains to shake violently. For a moment, countless birds flew from the place where the sound came from. The emerald green forest in that area swayed as if it was experiencing the baptism of a violent storm. Someone's fighting? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he moved closer out of curiosity. The closer he got, the louder the sound became. It was deafening. Bush, bush, bush. As soon as he moved closer, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It caused his purple robe to flutter. He squinted his eyes instinctively. It seems like two powerhouses above the 7th-level martial monarch stage are fighting. Duan Lingtian pondered as he continued to move toward the source of the sound. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw two figures fighting in a spacious canyon. It was a 2-meter-tall burly man fighting with a white-haired old man. Bush, bush, bush. The burly man held a pair of meteor hammers in his hands. When he moved, the meteor hammers shot out like two cannonballs toward the old man. He did not show any mercy. Wherever the meteor hammers passed, the airflow was compressed and set off a series of thunderous explosions. As a result, a raging gale was born and spread in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. On the other hand, the old man held a walking stick in both hands. He was not afraid of the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands. He blocked them again and again. Both the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands and the walking stick in the old man's hands were Grade 1 spirit weapons. The two of them exchanged blows, and in addition to the fact that the two of them had similar strength, they were evenly matched for a while, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Old man, I was the one who found the 10,000-year red fruit first. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to interfere? The burly man said in a deep voice as he swung the meteor hammers in his hands. Big guy, since you haven't had the time to pick it, it naturally doesn't belong to you. A heavenly treasure like the 10,000-year vermilion fruit should belong to those who are capable. The old man's walking stick shot out at lightning speed and blocked the meteor hammers in the burly man's hands that were shooting out like meteors. At the same time, he said without giving in, "What a good, belong to the capable. In that case, I'll kill you, you shameless old man, today before I pick the 10,000-year red fruit." The burly man roared as the muscles on his body bulged. He seemed to have expanded a little. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, the pair of meteor hammers in his hands suddenly shook and turned into a sky full of hammer shadows that fell toward the old man like a meteor shower. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. The old man smiled disdainfully. The gray robe on his body swelled and the walking stick in his hand shone brightly. He waved it in the air as though it formed a defensive barrier in front of him and above his head. Boom, 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 boom. The sky full of hammer shadows fell like a meteor shower mercilessly on the defensive barrier formed by the old man's dancing walking stick, causing the old man to retreat. Both of their strengths were about the same. Now that the burly man had the upper hand, he had the upper hand. However, the old man was not easy to deal with. He took advantage of the situation to resolve the crisis. As the two of them fought, the sound of air exploding was endless. The rolling air waves turned into gusts of wind that uprooted all the flowers and trees around them. With the two of them as the center, a large area was turned into a barren land in just a blink of an eye. The two of them who were engaged in an intense battle did not notice that as the flowers and trees around them were uprooted, a figure appeared in the sky. The owner of the figure was naturally Duan Lingan, who had been attracted by the commotion caused by the two of them fighting. 10,000-year red fruit? Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the two of them. His eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He had seen records of the 10,000-year red fruit in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The 10,000-year red fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit. On Cloud Continent, it was also known as the King of Spirit Fruits. In Cloud Continent, the reason why it was difficult for martial artists above the martial monarch stage to increase their cultivation base by consuming spirit fruits was because the spirit fruits on Cloud Continent had the strongest medicinal effect only for void transformation martial artists. There was no effect on martial monarch powerhouses if they consumed spirit fruits. Of course, there was no effect if they were consumed directly. If it was a grade 1 pill refined by a grade 1 alchemist using a large number of different spirit fruits, it could help a martial artist above the martial monarch stage to improve their cultivation base to a certain extent. However, although it could improve their cultivation base, the improvement was not as exaggerated as when a martial artist below the martial monarch stage consumed spirit fruits. However, as the king of spirit fruits, the 10,000-year red fruit's medicinal efficacy was far superior to ordinary spirit fruits. Even if a martial monarch stage martial artist consumed it, it could greatly improve their cultivation base. A 10,000-year red fruit and some precious medicinal herbs can refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills. If I refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills myself, I can refine 10 pills. The medicinal efficacy of 3 profound monarch pills is comparable to the medicinal efficacy of a 10,000-year red fruit. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would not consume the 10,000-year red fruit directly even if he obtained it. He would combine it with other medicinal herbs to refine the profound monarch pills. Since they're fighting here, I think the 10,000-year red fruit must be nearby. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to search the surroundings for the 10,000-year red fruit. However, after searching for a while, he still could not find anything. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud sound was heard. It was as if the earth was breaking apart and the sky was shaking. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the old man who was at a disadvantage against the burly man's pair of meteor hammers launched a powerful counterattack. The crutch in his hand landed on the burly man's body and sent him flying. Boom! The burly man's body slammed hard against the mountain wall beside him before he fell to the ground. He no longer made any sound. He was dead. I'll let him bring me to it then. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man keeping the burly man's spatial ring and profundity fragment, he locked his gaze on the old man. He believed the old man would go to look for the 10,000-year red fruit next. All he had to do was follow the old man closely. Ha! When Duan Lingtian saw the old man's next move, he could not help but be stunned. The old man rose into the air and flew to the other side of the mountain range. Looks like the 10,000-year red fruit isn't here. To think that I was searching here earlier. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly and followed the old man. Duan Lingtian's movements were extremely light, and he was very far away. Therefore, the old man did not notice him from the beginning until the end. He only cared about himself as he entered the canyon on the other side of the mountain range. This canyon was extremely narrow and humid. However, in this narrow canyon, in a corner of the forest where the sun could not be seen, there was a plant that stood proudly. There was a spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple on the plant. The 10,000-year red fruit is mine. The old man's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and wanted to take the spirit fruit for himself. However, just as he was about to reach out to pluck the 10,000-year red fruit, he felt a strange wind blowing from the side of his body, causing his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1203. It really is the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spirit fruit that was so red it was almost purple. His voice was filled with excitement. Although the burly man and the old man had mentioned the 10,000-year red fruit when they were fighting, he did not see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he was not sure if the burly man and the old man had made a mistake. Now that he looked at the spirit fruit in front of him, he was certain. The spirit fruit in front of him was indeed the 10,000-year red fruit. This was because it was exactly the same as the 10,000-year red fruit in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew that the 10,000-year red fruit was the first 10,000-year red fruit. In his first life, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had also obtained a 10,000-year red fruit that was almost identical to the one in front of him. Therefore, he was certain that the spirit fruit in his hand was the 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian's voice clearly entered the old man's ears. The old man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Who's there?" As he shouted, the old man quickly turned around and retreated as fast as he could. It was as though he was afraid that the person behind him would attack him. After a while, he finally saw the person standing behind him. It was a handsome purple-clad young man who looked like he was about 25 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had an elegant demeanor. "Who are you?" the old man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Naturally, the person the old man was staring at was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and glanced at the old man indifferently. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want this 10,000-year red fruit." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "I found it," the old man said in a deep voice. Although he did not know how powerful the purple-clad young man was, he could tell that his cultivation base was not ordinary based on the speed he had displayed earlier. If it was not necessary, he did not want to provoke him. However, the 10,000-year red fruit meant a lot to him. If he consumed it, he might be able to break through from the 8th-level martial monarch stage to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily give up on the 10,000-year red fruit. "You found it." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "If I remember correctly, this 10,000-year red fruit was found by that big guy first, right? Before you killed him, didn't you say that the most capable wins?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the old man meaningfully and said, "If you have any objections, I don't mind you challenging me. If you can defeat me, I'll return the 10,000-year red fruit to you. What do you think? Only the strong can get it?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's face became increasingly gloomy. He only felt that he had shot himself in the foot. At this moment, he finally realized that Duan Lingtian's appearance was not a coincidence. Perhaps, as early as when he was fighting with that big guy, the other party was already hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could the other party know what he said at that time? Duan Lingtian's last sentence made the old man even more fearful. Since Duan Lingtian dared to say such a thing, it meant that he was very confident in his strength. At this moment, the old man had the intention to retreat. However, the thought of retreating was quickly suppressed by the greed that rose in the depths of his heart. "I can't give up on the 10,000-year red fruit just like that." The existence of the 10,000-year red fruit made the old man unwilling to leave. Moreover, as he muttered to himself, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He lifted his hand and a grade 1 spirit weapon, a walking stick, appeared in his hand. He immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian. He attacked with all his might and showed no mercy. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. However, he returned as quickly as he attacked. Just as the old man took out his grade 1 spirit weapon walking stick and charged toward Duan Lingtian with all his might. Not only did Duan Lingtian not dodge, but he also took a step forward. Before the old man's walking stick could touch him, he struck out with his palm. It landed on the old man's chest as though he had the help of God. A loud bang was heard. Subsequently, the old man was sent flying like an arrow and slammed hard into the mountain wall. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's strength, killing him would have been a piece of cake. A mere 8th-level martial artist was nothing in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The old man caught his breath and immediately took out a healing pill to consume. After he had recovered a little, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby in fear. In the next moment, he immediately fled without saying a word. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized Duan Lingtian did not chase after him. When he left, the old man could feel his back drenched in cold sweat. It was the first time in his life that he felt so close to death. He did not want to experience that feeling of suffocation again in his life. As for the 10,000-year red fruit, he had long forgotten about it. He did not dare to lay his hands on it anymore. Just like that, the 10,000-year red fruit was in Duan Lingtian's possession. When I return, I'll ask Luo Ping to prepare the other herbs. Once I've gathered all the herbs, I'll be able to refine a cauldron of profound monarch pills with this 10,000-year red fruit. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. After a while, he regained his senses and put the 10,000-year red fruit into his spatial ring as though it was a treasure. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I've obtained a 10,000-year red fruit before I even found the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now, it's time for me to look for the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to search the mountain range based on reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories from 10,000 years ago. He wanted to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. During reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation, he had stored all the rare treasures he had prepared for his third reincarnation in the spatial ring. Now, Duan Lingtian wanted to obtain the spatial ring. After all, obtaining the spatial ring was equivalent to obtaining the great treasure left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. Where is it? After searching for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian still did not find anything. After 10,000 years, the mountain range had more or less undergone some changes. Therefore, it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to find the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It would take him some time. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian successfully found the spatial ring left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. The spatial ring was buried deep underground. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy, he would not have discovered it. Drip. Duan Lingtian pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the ancient spatial ring that had just been unearthed. He dripped his blood on it to claim ownership of the spatial ring. At this time, Duan Lingtian also gained control of the spatial ring. With just a thought, he could see everything in the spatial ring. The spatial ring was shockingly spacious. As expected of a royal-grade spirit weapon refined by reincarnation Emperor Wu. It's so spacious. The spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was so spacious that it was comparable to a spacious mansion. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was soon attracted by something else. There were all kinds of rare treasures piled up like a mountain in the spacious spatial ring. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the sight. He could not react for a long time. These were the great treasures left behind by reincarnation Emperor Wu. From now on, they belonged to him alone. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to count the various rare treasures in the spatial ring. He was completely engrossed in it. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, his heart still beat faster when he saw so many treasures. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lingtian sect, Lingtian peak. A gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared in the sky above Lingtian peak. It was a black figure. It was a tall young man dressed in black. The young man was handsome. There was a majestic aura between his brows. He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he stood there. It was obvious that he was not a simple person. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the black-clad young man's lips moved slightly as he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it contained origin energy. It spread to every corner of Lingtian peak. Who's calling the sect leader? The voice seems to be from the peak. At once, the entire Lingtian sect was in an uproar. Many elders and disciples of Lingtian sect even stepped into the air and flew to the peak. Luo Ping and Zhang San, the deputy sect leaders of Lingtian sect, appeared soon after. Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan appeared as well. Xiong Quan, who do you think it is? Gold Thug asked Xiong Quan through voice transmission. How would I know? Xiong Quan rolled his eyes at Gold Thug and muttered, someone came looking for young master before he returned. I wonder if he's a friend or foe. Not long after, almost all of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples on Lingtian Peak who were not in closed-door cultivation or had not left the sect had arrived at the peak of Lingtian Peak. When they arrived at the peak, they looked at the black-clad young man in the distance and pointed at him. Was he the one who called the sect leader's name earlier? Seems like it. Many of the Lingtian sect's disciples sized up the black-clad young man. Why are you looking for our sect leader? Luo Ping looked at the black-clad young man and asked in a deep voice. Unfortunately, the black-clad young man ignored Luo Ping. Instead, he looked at the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples and asked loudly, Did Duan Lingtian kill Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, from Lost Stone Forest? The black-clad young man's question was so sudden that the people present did not react immediately. Occasionally, some of them reacted first, but their expressions changed immediately. Although nobody admitted it, the expressions of many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples showed that they agreed. Very good, very good. Chapter 1204. Which one of you is the Duan Lingtian sect? The black-clad young man asked calmly as he looked at the crowd before him. At this moment, the expressions of the people from the Lingtian sect turned grave. Based on the black-clad young man's question, it was obvious he was here for Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun. Moreover, he was here to avenge Yang Chun. Even Emperor Wu's disciple, Yang Chun, was killed by the sect leader. If this person is also Emperor Wu's disciple like Yang Chun, I don't think he would dare to barge into our Lingtian sect alone. Since this person dares to barge into our Lingtian sect alone, he must be confident in his strength. At the very least, he's stronger than Yang Chun. Many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Suddenly, one of the Lingtian sect's elders spoke. His words caused the scene to fall into a dead silence. His strength is stronger than Yang Chun, and he's here for Yang Chun. Don't tell me this person is Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The most powerful person under Emperor Wu's command. He was someone who could frequently meet Emperor Wu and receive guidance from Emperor Wu. Such an existence was unreachable to everyone present. They had to look up to him with a humble attitude. You're smart to be able to guess my identity. The black-clad young man looked at the Lingtian sect's elder and said nonchalantly, That's right. I'm Emperor Wu's direct disciple. My master is Shi Qi, the Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest. As for Yang Chun, he's just a disciple of Emperor Wu who runs errands for me. Boom. The black-clad young man's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone present. It caused horror to appear on most of their faces. They had guessed earlier that the black-clad young man before them might be Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, the fact that the black-clad young man had admitted it gave them a different feeling. After all, if it was just a guess, it might not be true. However, now, Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Is he really Emperor Wu's direct disciple? That should be it. According to him, even Yang Chun was his errand boy. I just didn't expect that he would come to our Ling Tian sect for an errand boy. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He probably felt that his dignity was being challenged. The expressions of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples changed. When they looked around again, there was only fear and dread in their eyes. Duanling, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't come out, I'll annihilate your entire Ling Tian sect. The tone of the young man in black was still calm, but when it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to breathe. Our sect master left the sect 2 months ago and has yet to return, Zhang San said with an ugly expression. It did not cross his mind that the young man in black before him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Such a person could completely annihilate their entire Ling Tian sect on his own. Even if their sect master was here, he did not doubt that the young man could annihilate Ling Tian sect, let alone their sect master. Almost all of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were at the peak of the martial monarch stage. An ordinary martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to them. Although their sect master was powerful, he might not be a match for the young man. That's right. At this moment, Luo Ping chimed in and cooperated with Zhang San. It was as though she was afraid that this Emperor Wu's direct disciple would not believe her. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with dread as well. Left. The young man in black narrowed his eyes imperceptibly before he opened them again in just a blink of an eye. Then, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I'll give all of you 2 options. Either you send someone who can speak and die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, or I'll annihilate Ling Tian sect and all of you will die together." As far as he was concerned, this trip was just to fight for his own pride. He did not care if the person who died was Duan Ling Tian or someone else that Duan Ling Tian cared about. Although he did not care about Yang Chun's life or death, Yang Chun had been working for him for many years. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. He had to do something about this matter. The moment the words left the young man's mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused everyone, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, to change their expressions. However, nobody stepped forward. Even the 2 vice sect masters, Zhang San and Luo Ping, had no intention of stepping forward. What a joke! If they stepped forward, only death would await them. Although dying on behalf of the sect master would save the lives of everyone in Ling Tian sect, how could the lives of others compare to their own? What should we do? What should we do? Many of the elders and disciples of Ling Tian sect panicked. Who's willing to sacrifice on behalf of the sect master? Sacrifice him to save the entire sect. We'll remember him. Nonsense. Why don't you step forward and we'll remember you? The group of elders and disciples of Ling Tian sect had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but in the end, no one was willing to step forward. Looks like all of you value your lives. The young man in black looked at the scene before him and said with a mocking smile, "If that's the case, I'll send all of you to hell." Then, the young man in black raised his hand and a terrifying aura began to emerge from his body. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It caused many of the Ling Tian sect disciples with low cultivation to change their expressions and despair to appear on their faces. Was this the power of Emperor Wu's direct disciple? You said that as long as someone steps forward, you'll let them go. At this moment, a calm voice that contained coldness and a woman's voice resonated from afar and interrupted the young man in black. Then, a fiery red figure appeared before everyone's eyes like a fire spirit. She stood there and confronted the young man in black. "Miss Tian Wu, let me replace young master." At the same time, 2 figures came from afar. One of them was a middle-aged man who was looking at the red-clad lady who had just appeared with a serious expression. "His sect is my sect," said Qin Wenin. The red-clad lady who had just appeared was none other than Feng Tianwu. After she appeared, she stared at the young man in black with a cold expression. When she heard Xiong Quan who had just rushed over, she replied indifferently as though everything she was doing now was natural. "What a beautiful woman." When Feng Tianwu appeared, the young man in black's eyes were completely attracted to her. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but most of them were only beautiful on the outside. It was his first time seeing a woman with such a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament like this red-clad lady before him. Ever since he was born, his heart, which had always been obsessed with the cultivation of martial arts, suddenly trembled. He was tempted. Miss Tianwu. Xiong Quan's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. How was he going to explain to young master if something happened to Miss Tianwu? Kill me and let the others go. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and appeared in front of Feng Tianwu in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. As soon as Xiong Quan stood still, a gust of wind whistled. A figure appeared next to Xiong Quan and shielded Feng Tianwu behind him. It was Gold Thug. Gold Thug. Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw Gold Thug was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Feng Tianwu. In his opinion, he had followed his young master for many years. It was only natural that he was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. However, Gold Thug was different. He had only followed his young master for a short period of time. What? Do you find it unbelievable? The Gold Thug smiled faintly. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. From the moment Master helped us take revenge, I've given my life to Master. I, Gold Thug, have no regrets even if I die for Master. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay by Master's side in the future. Gold Thug sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, or Xiong Quan, they stood in front of the black-clad young man without hesitation, protecting all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. For a time, many people's faces turned red, and they felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. I, Zhang San, am also willing to pay with my life on behalf of the sect leader. Soon after, Zhang San's expression changed drastically. He flew out and stood next to Xiong Quan and Gold Thug. His gaze landed on the black-clad young man. In his opinion, since he came to the Ling Tian sect, he was highly valued by the sect leader. He had even received many benefits from the sect leader. If he did not stand up now, he would be a fool. Although he did not stand up earlier, there was no doubt that he felt guilty. Another sound of wind whistling reverberated. Luo Ping had also stood up. At once, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, received the respect of all of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples. They used their actions to prove that they were worthy of their position as vice-sect leaders. Your lowly lives are not enough to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. The black-clad young man raised his hand, and a vast wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, it swept the four people standing in front of Feng Tianwu to the side. The four martial monarch powerhouses, two of whom were above the 7th-level martial monarch stage, were swept away one by one before they could even react. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. In front of the black-clad young man, they were like ants that could not even withstand a single blow. At once, the four of them were horrified. You're willing to die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? After the black-clad young man swept away the four obstacles in front of him, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze and asked bluntly. Feng Tianwu did not open her mouth to reply to the black-clad young man. Her pair of resolute eyes was undoubtedly the best response. To have such an outstanding beauty like you die on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous of him. The black-clad young man was not angry at all. Instead, he spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes. Then he asked again, I'm very curious. What's your relationship with him? Why are you willing to die for him? He's my man. Chapter 1205. To Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory, Duan Ling Tian was her everything. Duan Ling Tian had always been by her side, protecting her, giving her warmth and everything. She only felt at home when she was by Duan Ling Tian's side. And she was also enjoying all of this. Now that the Ling Tian sect was in trouble, They needed someone who could speak on behalf of Duan Lingtian to stand up for them. She stood up. Not for the Lingtian sect, but for Duan Lingtian, the man she had relied on for her entire life. She had no regrets in this life if she died for that man. Your man. After receiving Feng Tianwu's reply, the black-clad young man's face turned gloomy, as if he was very unhappy. He had never thought that the beauty in front of him would be taken. Unknowingly, the red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered as if flames were burning. At the same time, flames that filled the sky had indeed risen from her body and transformed into sword-shaped flames in the blink of an eye. A 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in her hand. As she infused her energy into it, it trembled slightly and let out a crisp sword sound. Above the void, the energy of heaven and earth stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth vision. Even though she knew that she was no match for the black-clad young man in front of her, Feng Tianwu did not intend to resign herself to death. That was not her style. Even though she knew that she was no match for him, she still wanted to fight. I hope you can do as you say. Feng Tianwu looked at the black-clad young man in front of her. Her clear eyes did not contain any emotions. She opened her red lips slightly and spoke almost word by word. With this little bit of power, it's far from enough to contend with me. The black-clad young man looked at the heaven and earth vision above Feng Tianwu's head and shook his head. This level of power was not a threat to him. However, this is not important, because I've changed my mind. The black-clad young man's lips curled into a rare smile. It was an evil smile that made one's hair stand on end. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her pair of willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed. As for the others, their gazes fell upon the black-clothed young man. They did not know what the black-clothed young man was going to do next. Could it be that he regretted? Or did he want to destroy the entire Lingtian sect? For a time, many people's expressions changed, and fear appeared on their faces. I can spare your life, and I can also spare the Lingtian sect and Duan Lingtan. The black-clothed young man stared at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. His gaze caused Feng Tianwu's expression to darken. She had a bad feeling. Conditions. Feng Tianwu said, "You, be my woman." The gaze of the black-clothed youth did not change as he spoke with a fervent expression. The black-clothed young man's words caused an uproar. This Emperor Wu's direct disciple was trying to steal their sect leader's woman? In fact, the red-clad woman before them, Feng Tianwu, was the publicly acknowledged sect leader's wife in the Lingtian sect. Even Feng Tianwu herself had never denied this. Dream on! Two furious shouts sounded almost at the same time. It was Gold Thug and Xiong Quan glaring at the black-clothed young man when they heard his words. This fellow actually wanted to steal their master's woman? Shut up! The black-clothed young man's expression darkened. As he raised his hand, a majestic energy swept out and sent Gold Thug and Xiong Quan flying far away. Along the way, they left behind a trail of blood that looked like blooming blood-red fireworks. I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your lives. The black-clothed young man said coldly. This time, he only taught Gold Thug and Xiong Quan a lesson and severely injured them. He did not want to take their lives. What do you think? When the black-clothed young man looked at Feng Tianwu again, the coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Impossible! At this moment, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The frost on her face seemed to have increased by a few more layers, emitting waves of cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. What? Do you want everyone in the Lingtian sect to die? The black-clothed young man smiled. It was a brilliant smile as he threatened Feng Tianwu with his words. The moment his words left his mouth, most of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples who were present had a change of expression. Initially, they thought they could get away with it. Who knew that the situation would take a turn for the worse, causing their mood to plummet from heaven to hell. At the same time, many of the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples looked at Feng Tianwu. All of them wanted to know how she would respond. As you wish. In the face of the black-clothed young man's threat, Feng Tianwu did not seem to care as she responded nonchalantly. The black-clothed young man was stunned. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to respond in such a manner. He could not help but ask, "Didn't you say that you would protect the Ling Tian sect for your man? Are you going back on your word now?" Feng Tianwu did not respond to the black-clothed young man. However, her pair of fearless eyes undoubtedly answered the black-clothed young man's question indirectly. What she meant was very simple. She was not afraid of death. However, it was impossible for him to have her as a person. She would rather die than betray the man she loved, Duan Lingtian. All right. The black-clothed young man took a deep breath and said, "All right," twice in a deep voice. Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples who were present felt their hearts skip a beat. "This is the first time in my life that I, Zhou Yi, have met a woman that I like as much as you." The black-clothed young man, Zhou Yi, who was also Emperor Wu's direct disciple from Lost Stone Forest, looked at Feng Tianwu with a burning gaze. "For this reason, I'm willing to take a step back for today's matter. I won't kill Duan Lingtian or anyone from the Ling Tian sect. However, you must return to Lost Stone Forest with me." Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, 10 years. You only have to stay in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. In these 10 years, I'll pursue you. Before I succeed, I won't do anything to you. If you still reject me after 10 years, I'll return your freedom to you. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to successfully pursue the woman before him within 10 years. Who was he? Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He was one of Martial Emperor Shi Qi's strongest subordinates. Give him 10 years. If he still couldn't get a woman, then he could just find a wall and kill himself. 10 years. The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Miss Tianwu, don't agree to it. After consuming the healing medicinal pills, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who had recovered a lot, spoke to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission in unison. 10 years. To a martial artist, it might not be a long time. However, to a young couple it was too long. It was so long that one could forget the other. Although it was not to the extent of completely forgetting, it was long enough for one to forget about the other. That's right, Miss Tianwu, you must reconsider. Zhang San and Luo Ping chimed in. Although they wanted to live, they would rather die if they had to rely on such a young and beautiful woman to survive for 10 years. This is my bottom line. If you're unwilling, I'll kill everyone in the Ling Tian sect. After that, we'll wait here for some time until the Duan Ling Tian returns and kill him. Zhou Yi looked at Feng Tianwu, who did not respond for a long time. His tone was cold. There was a limit to his patience. Swear. Finally, Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up. She glanced at Zhou Yi nonchalantly and said, "But, are you worried that I, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will go back on my word?" Although Zhou Yi said that, his heart was filled with joy. This was because this meant that the red-clad lady before him had decided to agree to his condition and even leave with him. Due to this reason, Zhou Yi cooperated and swore using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Zhou Yi's oath. "Lead the way," Feng Tianwu said coldly when she saw Zhou Yi swore. In the beginning, Zhou Yi did not react. However, when he regained his senses, he immediately led the way and brought Feng Tianwu to the northwest direction. Destination: Lost Stone Forest. Zhou Yi brought Feng Tianwu and left the Ling Tian sect just like that. He had completely forgotten about his revenge for Yang Chun. To him, Yang Chun's life was nothing. What he cared about was this peerless beauty who had moved his heart. In the next 10 years, he would use all kinds of methods to obtain this peerless beauty's heart and make her his woman. However, in Feng Tianwu's eyes, all of this was just a stopgap measure. She believed that in less than 10 years, her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his ability and come to the Lost Stone Forest to save her. She would just treat it as going to the Lost Stone Forest to cultivate for a period of time. She was not worried that Zhou Yi would force himself on her because she had a way to control her own energy to self-destruct before Zhou Yi could get his hands on her. She would rather die than let her elder brother Duan down, the man whom she regarded as her future husband. She decided to leave with Zhou Yi because she had made all these preparations. There were only 2 paths she could take now. First, she could wait for her elder brother Duan to save her, or Zhou Yi would keep his promise and let her leave 10 years later. Second, she could die. However, she had no regrets. I'll use 10 years of my youth in exchange for your safety. Very quickly, a purple figure appeared in her mind. The corner of her mouth curled up into a rare warm smile. Zhou Yi left with Feng Tianwu. Only the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, the 2 deputy sect leaders, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan were left on the Ling Tian peak in silence. Currently, they did not look too good. Even the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were not happy. Although they were happy that they were able to survive, they could not help but feel guilty when they thought about how the sect leader's confidant had used 10 years of her youth. I'm afraid Master won't be able to accept it if he finds out about this when he returns. Gold Thug's expression was gloomy, and his heart was heavy. If young Master returns, he'll definitely go to the Lost Stone Forest immediately. Xiong Quan knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else present. Chapter 1206. What a bountiful harvest this time! Not only are there quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, but there are also some quasi-royal grade pills and royal grade pills in the spatial ring. There are also many rare and precious materials. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with a satisfied smile as he made his way back. Most importantly, I have enough royal grade resurrection pills. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider. The resurrection pill was a healing pill. There were different types of healing pills. Grade 9 to Grade 7 were the gold injury pills. Grade 6 to Grade 4 were the great recovery pills. Grade 3 to Grade 1 were the life recovery pills. Quasi-royal grade and royal grade were the resurrection pills. The resurrection pill was a miraculous healing pill that could bring someone back from the dead. Its efficacy was so strong that even a Grade 1 life recovery pill with 99% purity could not compare to it. That was no longer an accumulation of quantity, but a transformation of quality. Now that I have enough royal grade resurrection pills, I should be able to help Tian Wu regain her memory after consuming them for a period of time. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. His face was filled with tenderness. He had always blamed himself for Tian Wu's amnesia. In his opinion, Tian Wu had lost her memory because of him. Now that he had the chance to help Tian Wu regain her memory, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. When I refine the profound monarch pill with the 10,000-year red fruit and other materials, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base even faster. Coupled with the pills that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind to assist my cultivation, I'll be able to break through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in a short time. Now that I've comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was not sure if his fused profundity was an Emperor stage profundity. However, his sword profundity was a genuine Emperor stage profundity. As long as his cultivation base entered the 9th level martial monarch stage, he would be able to smoothly enter the 1st level Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. On the way back, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. It was as though he could already see the martial Emperor stage waving at him. However, his good mood completely vanished when he returned to the Ling Tian sect half a month later. All of this was because he had received a shocking piece of news. Tian Wu had been abducted. Who did it? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes burning with anger as he asked with a gloomy expression. The 4 people standing in front of Duan Lingtian were none other than the 2 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, as well as Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who had always been by Duan Lingtian's side. Young master, it's Zhou Yi. Xiong Quan lowered his head and said bitterly. Zhou Yi? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Who's he? Master, Zhou Yi is Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. Even Yang Chun was only his errand boy. He's very powerful. Although he didn't show it to us, the energy and aura he emitted suppressed us to the point that we couldn't even muster up any fighting spirit. Gold Thug took a deep breath and said with lingering fear in his heart. That day, the aura Zhou emitted was extremely terrifying. It suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe, let alone muster up any fighting spirit. He's here to avenge Yang Chun. However, he doesn't seem to care about Yang Chun's life or death. Soon after, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, spoke as well. They told him the whole story without hiding anything. Tian Wu left with Zhou Yi and went to Lost Stone Forest for Ling Tian sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely grave. He was filled with anger and could not hold it in at all. Before Zhang San and the others had the time to react, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air before their eyes without leaving the slightest trace behind. Horror dawned on the four of them at once. Sect leader went to Lost Stone Forest? Zhang San's expression was grave. Definitely. Xiong Quan nodded with a grave expression. Subsequently, he moved and headed northwest. It was obvious that he was going to chase after Duan Lingtian. Although he knew his own strength, he would not be able to help even if he went. However, he still had to go. That was his young master. He was willing to sacrifice his life for his young master. Deputy sect leaders, before master returns, I'll leave Ling Tian sect in your hands. Xiong Quan and I will make a trip to Lost Stone Forest to see if we can stop master in time. Gold Thug said to Zhang San and Luo Ping before he moved and followed Xiong Quan. Although he said that, he was not confident at all. His ability was far from his master's. Even if his master arrived at Lost Stone Forest, he would still be on his way. With Gold Thug's speed, he caught up with Xiong Quan in no time. You're too slow. I'll bring you along. As Gold Thug spoke, a vast energy extended from his body and pulled Xiong Quan along with him toward the northwest. That was the direction of Lost Stone Forest. Ever since Yun Gang had brought Yang Chun to the Ling Tian sect and both of them were killed, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately inquired about the Lost Stone Forest and found out about its location. As Duan Lingtian's people, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan naturally knew about it as well. Zhou, I don't care if you're Emperor Wu's direct disciple or not. If anything happens to Tian Wu, I'll kill you. Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire. Although Tian Wu had lost her memory, her temper was still as fierce as before. He was most worried that Zhou Yi would go back on his words and force himself on Tian Wu. With Tian Wu's temper, she would rather die than let him have his way. He knew Tian Wu very well. That was why he was so eager to rush to Lost Stone Forest when he found out about this. He was worried that something would happen to Tian Wu. If something happened to Tian Wu, not only would he not be able to explain himself to Feng Wudao, but he would also never forgive himself. Tian Wu, wait for Elder Brother Dun. Elder Brother Duan will save you soon. When Duan Ling Tian flew out, he was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. Wherever he passed, the clouds in the sky would disperse and form a clearly visible heavenly road. Although Duan Ling Tian's decision to head to Lost Stone Forest to save Tian Wu was partly due to his impulsiveness, it was not like he had not seriously considered it. Firstly, he might not be a match for Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou. Secondly, Lost Stone Forest was Emperor Wu's cultivation place. Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The position of Emperor Wu's direct disciple was completely different from those ordinary disciples in Emperor Wu's eyes. No matter how many ordinary disciples died, the martial emperors would not care. However, Emperor Wu would be furious even if only one of his direct disciples died. He might even avenge him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. If I'm not a match for Zhou Yi, I'll use the Devil Seal Tablet. Even if I lose my mind, I'll save Tian Wu from the Sea of Fire. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. He would do whatever it took to save Tian Wu. Let alone losing his mind, he would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. If Tian Wu could give up her life for him, he could do the same as well. Duan Lingtian, who had used the Devil Seal Tablet twice, already had some experience and tricks to using the Devil Seal Tablet. As long as his emotions fluctuated to the extreme, the Devil Seal Tablet would react and cooperate with him to devilify him. The Devil Seal Tablet has greatly improved my strength. If I use the Devil Seal Tablet now, I'm afraid even an ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouse might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed. It was because of this that he dared to head to Lost Stone Forest. After all, Lost Stone Forest was the cultivation place of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was very likely that his trip would alarm the other party. If he was not prepared, it would be no different from sending himself to his death. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to Lost Stone Forest, it was very lively in Lost Stone Forest. Hey, did you hear? Senior brother Zhou brought back a young lady. Whether it's her appearance or her temperament, she's peerless. I really want to meet her and see if she's really that outstanding. A few Emperor Wu's disciples were chatting in a circle when one of them said, "Although I didn't hear about it, I saw that young lady when senior brother Zhou came back yesterday." Another Emperor Wu's disciple said, "Oh." The other Emperor Wu's disciples' eyes lit up immediately. Their interest was piqued. Is that young lady really a peerless beauty with both appearance and temperament like the rumors say? One of Emperor Wu's disciples asked. Of course. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front nodded and said enviously, "Senior brother Zhou really has good luck with women. He brought back such a peerless beauty with just a trip." As far as I know, senior brother Zhou was obsessed with cultivation in the past. He didn't care about relationships at all. I didn't expect him to bring back a woman this time. This shows that the woman is very outstanding. Even a cultivation maniac like senior brother Zhou is moved by her. The other Emperor Wu's disciples said. However, that young lady seemed to ignore senior brother Zhou. When I saw her and senior brother Zhou, it was always senior brother Zhou who spoke to her with a smile, but she never responded. The Emperor Wu's disciple in front frowned and said, "That can't be." The other martial emperor's followers could not help but be shocked. Don't tell me senior brother Zhou snatched that woman away? One of Emperor Wu's disciples gulped and guessed. That's possible. Another Emperor Wu's disciple nodded in agreement. That woman doesn't know what's good for her. Our senior brother Zhou is Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Lord Emperor Wu thinks highly of him. He's also one of the direct disciples in Lost Stone Forest who has the highest chance of entering Emperor Wu's realm. How can she ignore him? Chapter 1207. In Lost Stone Forest, a black silhouette stood in front of a stone house that was hollowed out. It was a tall and sturdy black-clad young man with a cold expression. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. "Tianwu, I'll bring you to see my master." The black-clad young man was none other than Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest, Zhou. At this moment, he was talking to the stone house in front of him. The master that Zhou Yi mentioned was the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shiqi. The person in the stone house with its door tightly shut in front of Zhou Yi was the red-clad lady who followed him back from Lingtian Sec's Lingtian Peak, Feng Tianwu. Along the way, Feng Tianwu did not mention her name to Zhou Yi. She did not even speak to Zhou Yi. She maintained her silence. She remained silent until a few days after they arrived at Lost Stone Forest. The reason Zhou Yi knew Feng Tianwu's name was because Gold Thug and Xiong Quan had called her Miss Tianwu when they were at Lingtian Peak in Lingtian Sect. Tianwu is not a name you can call. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, an extremely cold voice resonated from the stone house. "I only know your name is Tianwu." Zhou Yi smiled faintly and said, "Tianwu, you're not a demon, but you possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. I've already asked Master to take you in as his direct disciple if he's satisfied with your innate talent." Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At this moment, the stone house fell silent. After I become his direct disciple, will I be able to leave Lost Stone Forest without abiding by the 10-year promise? A moment later, the cold voice resonated from the stone house again. "Since you've become Master's direct disciple, naturally, you should stay in Lost Stone Forest to cultivate. You can only leave when you've cultivated to the peak of the martial monarch stage and possess sufficient ability. This is the rule that Master set." Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Master has no other intention in setting such a rule." He's just worried that his direct disciples would suffer a loss and embarrass him when they leave. Not interested. The cold voice rang out once again, filled with a tone that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Not interested? The words that came out of the stone house were Feng Tianwu's words. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be startled. Was there anyone who wasn't interested in becoming Emperor Wu's personal disciple? Tian Wu, I hope you can consider this carefully. Not everyone can become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. I also spent a lot of effort to convince Master to agree to confirm your talent. If possible, he will directly accept you as his personal disciple. Zhou Yi advised patiently. However, although he seemed to be patient on the surface, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference. He spent a lot of effort to convince his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, to agree to confirm Feng Tianwu's innate talent. Naturally, he did not purely want to help Feng Tianwu and make Feng Tianwu his master's direct disciple. Putting aside the fact that his master might not take a liking to Feng Tianwu, even if he did, he would do everything he could to prevent Feng Tianwu from becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple. This was because he did not really want Feng Tianwu to become his master's direct disciple. After all, once Feng Tianwu became his master's direct disciple, she would become his junior sister and be on equal footing with him. There would be no need for her to be wary of him, let alone agree to become his woman. He only did this because he wanted to make Feng Tianwu feel touched and grateful to him. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's direct disciple was actually just a bait for the mermaid, Feng Tianwu, to take the bait. He wanted to use this to ease the conflict between him and Feng Tianwu. If it was a normal martial artist, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed if they knew that they had the chance to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. If there was someone who recommended them, they would definitely be extremely grateful to the person who recommended them. This was the effect he wanted. However, it did not cross his mind that the woman in the stone house had no interest in becoming a martial emperor's direct disciple at all. This was completely out of his expectations and disrupted his plan. For a moment he felt powerless. He realized that the breakthrough he thought of to ease his relationship with Feng Tianwu was useless. However, he was still a little unwilling. It was precisely because of this that he patiently persuaded Feng Tianwu. Scram! However, when he patiently persuaded her outside the stone house, what he received was Feng Tianwu's extremely cold scram. It caused his face to turn green and white. At once, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. His expression turned extremely gloomy. He, Zhou Yi, was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. When had he ever been given the cold shoulder like this before? When had he ever been treated like this before? He was enraged. He felt like his heart was filled with rage. However, when the figure of the woman in the stone house appeared in his mind, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Tianwu, I'll take my leave first. I'll visit you another day. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and suppressed his anger before he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his face turned gloomy again. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. 10 years? If you don't accept me, I'll destroy you even if I can't kill that Duan Lingtian. If I, Zhou Yi, can't have a woman, no one else can. Zhou Yi muttered to himself as he flew away. At the same time, his expression was extremely grave. He had already spoken to his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi. However, he was stood up by Feng Tianwu. He could imagine how he would be scolded later. This was because he was Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. If it was another direct disciple who stood up Shiqi's Emperor Wu, apart from being scolded, he would definitely be punished. Although the stone house in Lost Stone Forest was formed by hollowing out a huge rock, it was extremely clean and tidy. Every corner looked as though it had been cut by a knife or sword. It looked very smooth. The stone house's furnishings were simple. Apart from a square stone bed, there was nothing else. At this moment, a red-clad lady was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. The red-clad lady looked to be in her early 20s. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that could save someone from 1,000 miles away. In addition to the slight frown on her face, she looked like an ice beauty who was wrapped in fire. The fire she was referring to was naturally the red dress she was wearing. It was a red dress that looked like a burning flame. Elder brother Duan now. Have you returned to the Ling Tian sect? It was unknown when, but the red-clad woman slowly opened her pair of enchanting autumn eyes as she muttered in a low voice. Her voice was filled with dependence and longing for Duan Ling Tian. Ever since she lost her memory, she had always been by Duan Ling Tian's side. This was the first time she had left Duan Ling Tian for so long. She was panicking. 10 years. She was not sure if her elder brother Duan would be able to raise his cultivation base and have the ability to save her from Lost Stone Forest within 10 years. After all, there was an Emperor Wu powerhouse in Lost Stone Forest. He was also Zhou Yi's master. She was originally full of confidence in her elder brother Duan. However, she gradually calmed down after coming to Lost Stone Forest. It was extremely difficult for a martial monarch powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. There were not many Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. There were not more than 10 of them that were publicly known. There were even martial monarch powerhouses who had comprehended 6 or 7 monarch stage profundities to the 9th level, but they still could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Based on this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Although her elder brother Duan had an extraordinary innate talent that was far from what an ordinary person could compare to, it was still difficult for him to become one of the few Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent that were publicly known. Due to this reason, she was not sure if her elder brother Duan could save her in 10 years. If elder brother Duan can't save me, then I'll have to wait for 10 years before I can see him again. When Feng Tianwu thought about how she would only be able to see the man who had haunted her dreams after 10 years, she felt a pang in her heart. It was her first time feeling this way ever since she lost her memory. 10 years was neither too long nor too short. However, to Feng Tianwu, the days in Lost Stone Forest were as long as a year. If it was possible, she did not want to stay here for even a second longer. Time passed by quietly. Almost a month had passed in just a blink of an eye. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a travel-worn purple-clad young man who came from the southeast. The purple-clad young man looked to be about 25 years old. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just his handsome appearance alone was enough to attract countless women. So this is Lost Stone Forest? The purple-clad young man muttered softly as he looked at the stone forest in front of him. His eyes gleamed fiercely as though they could spit fire. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed all the way here from Ling Tian Sect's Ling Tian Peak. These inscription formations, most of them are illusory formations. Duan Lingtian's eyes were like torches. He could see through the stone forest in front of him with just a glance. There were many inscription formations in the stone forest. Most of them were illusory formations, but there were also a few killing formations. Duan Lingtian could see that. Most of these inscription formations were created by martial monarch stage inscription masters. A few of the killing formations were created by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters. That Emperor Wu Shiqi is not an inscription master. Based on this, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. If Emperor Wu Shiqi was an inscription master, it was impossible for him to not personally set up inscription formations in his lair. After all, the inscription formations set up by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters were not something a martial monarch stage inscription master could compare to. Humph. Chapter 1208. Duan Lingtian moved as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and entered Lost Stone Forest. Lost Stone Forest was undoubtedly a forbidden place for ordinary martial artists. If a martial artist who entered Lost Stone Forest was careless, he would be attracted by the illusory formation and trigger the killing formation. He would then be killed and die a horrible death. Logically speaking, only people from Lost Stone Forest could walk in there as though it was flat ground and disregard the illusory formations and killing formations. However, Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest as though it was flat ground as well. He disregarded the illusory formations. As for the killing formations, he avoided them from afar. Duan Lingtian's successful entry into Lost Stone Forest quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's disciples who were guarding the entrance of Lost Stone Forest. While these Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked, they revealed themselves one after another. They were shocked because the purple-clad young man before them was not affected by the illusory formations after he entered Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was far away from the killing formations whenever he passed by. Perhaps it was luck the first time. However, it was still the same after 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It was impossible for it to be luck. At once, the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of this area realized that something was amiss. One by one, they quickly revealed themselves and surrounded Duan Lingtian, who had entered Lost Stone Forest. "May I know who you are? Why have you barged into Lost Stone Forest?" Faced with this purple-clad young man who had entered Lost Stone Forest as though it was flat ground, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples did not dare to act recklessly. One of them asked politely. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few people before him nonchalantly. "Emperor Wu's disciples?" The few of them nodded. "Bring me to Zhou Yi." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at one of Emperor Wu's disciples. His eyes gleamed fiercely, causing the latter to shudder from the bottom of his heart. "Sir." Before this disciple of Emperor Wu could speak, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. He saw Duan Lingtian's figure move, and at the same time he disappeared in front of him, he only felt a gust of wind coming towards him. When he reacted, a huge force came from his shoulder, causing his entire body to feel weak. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Emperor Wu's disciple like a flash of lightning. He grabbed his shoulder and said coldly, "Lead the way." At this time, this disciple of Emperor Wu and the other disciples of Emperor Wu also reacted. The purple-clad young man was here to look for Zhou Yi. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Zhou Yi. He was their Lost Stone Forest's favored one. Not only was he Emperor Wu's direct disciple, but he was also Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple. Where did senior martial brother Zhou provoke such a fierce person? At once, the few disciples of Emperor Wu were shocked. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian entered Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground, these disciples of Emperor Wu realized that Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Now that they heard Duan Lingtian had entered Lost Stone Forest to look for their Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, and did not come with good intentions, they realized Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. What a joke! Since this purple-clad young man dared to look for trouble with Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, it meant that he was confident in his ability. He was someone who could be compared to Zhou Yi. He could crush them with just a finger. Emperor Wu's disciple who was captured by Duan Lingtian turned pale. Although he was afraid of death, he did not dare to bring this purple-clad young man to look for senior martial brother Zhou Yi. If he did that, he would not be able to escape death. Not only that, but his family would be implicated as well. This was not something he wanted to see. Lost Stone Forest had strict rules that would implicate his family. Therefore, even if he died, he would not dare to violate Lost Stone Forest's rules. "You're not afraid of death?" When Duan Lingtian saw that Emperor Wu's disciple did not move, his eyes gleamed even more fiercely as killing intent swept out from his body. It was so oppressive that Emperor Wu's disciple's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. However, even then he did not make any move. "Sir, please don't make things difficult for him." At this moment, another Emperor Wu's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. "Our Lost Stone Forest has a rule that all of Lord Emperor Wu's subordinates are not allowed to betray each other. If anyone betrays another person, not only will they not be able to escape death, but their family will be implicated as well. For this reason, even if you kill him and kill us, we won't bring you to senior brother Zhou Yi. If we bring you there, it'll be equivalent to betraying senior brother Zhou Yi. In the end, not only will we not be able to escape death, but our family will be implicated as well." When the Emperor Wu's disciple reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter expression on his face. "Sir, I can use the communication jade slip to inform senior brother Zhou Yi. Soon after, another Emperor Wu's disciple spoke up. Tell him to hand over the person he took away from my Ling Tian sect. If anything happens to that person, I want him to pay with his life. When Duan Lingtian realized that it was impossible for these few Emperor Wu's disciples to bring him to Zhou Yi, he could only settle for the next best thing, as he said in a deep voice. Also, tell him, my name is Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, yes, yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Emperor Wu's disciple did not dare to be negligent at all. He immediately threw out a communication jade slip and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The communication jade slip that was inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master was so fast that it was not something he could compare to now. After the communication jade slip was sent out, the few Emperor Wu's disciples sighed in relief when they saw that the purple-clad young man did not intend to vent his anger on them, although they had not seen the purple-clad young man make a move until now. However, since the purple-clad young man could enter the lost stone forest as though he was walking on flat ground, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Coupled with the fact that the purple-clad young man was looking for trouble with senior brother Zhou Yi, whom they looked up to, it made them realize that the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Due to this reason, they were glad that they were still alive. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood at the side and looked in the direction where the communication jade slip was sent out calmly. He no longer paid any attention to the few Emperor Wu's disciples before him. When the few Emperor Wu's disciples saw this, they knew they had escaped a calamity. They looked at each other and saw the luck and fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they who had calmed down began to communicate through voice transmissions. Based on what he said earlier, senior brother Zhou seems to have brought someone away from the Ling Tian sect. One of them was puzzled. Don't tell me it's the woman senior brother Zhou brought back some time ago? Another person guessed. Now that you mention it, it's possible. I was wondering why that woman was so indifferent to senior brother Zhou when he came back with him. As it turns out, she was really kidnapped by senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou is really strong. He wasn't interested in women in the past, but now that he's interested, he immediately snatched her back. The few Emperor Wu's disciples could not help but exclaim inwardly. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure suddenly appeared in front of a stone house that was hollowed out from a huge rock. It was a tall and big young man dressed in black. The black-clad young man raised his hand and caught a streak of light that was shooting at him. When he opened his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand, causing his eyes to gleam. Communication jade slip? Subsequently, the black-clad young man mobilized his origin energy into the communication jade slip in his hand, and a voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior brother Zhou, someone has barged into the southeastern entrance of Lost Stone Forest. He claims to be Duan Lingtian and wants you to hand over the person you brought away from the Ling Tian sect. He also says, if anything happens to that person, he'll want you to pay with your life. The voice came to an end at this point. Duan Lingtian? The person who killed Yang Chun? The black-clad young man was Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, in Lost Stone Forest. When he heard the voice in the communication jade slip, he immediately knew what was going on. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, was also the sweetheart of the woman he loved. At the same time, he had also sworn using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation Oath that he would not kill Duan Lingtian as long as the woman he loved stayed in Lost Stone Forest for 10 years. I swore that I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't swear that I wouldn't cripple you. I haven't even gone to look for you, but you came knocking on my door. That's exactly what I wanted, Zhou Yi sneered, and his eyes were filled with a cold gleam. Although he had never seen Duan Lingtian before, he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not have a good impression of him, but he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was not because Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Chun. He did not care about Yang Chun's life or death. Even when he went to the Ling Tian sect because of Yang Chun's death, he did not go there to avenge Yang Chun. Instead, he wanted to do something to let the person who killed Yang Chun know that one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. The reason he did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian and could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian was because of the woman he had brought back to Lost Stone Forest. That was a woman he loved, a woman he could not wait to make his own. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the woman's sweetheart. If it was not for the fact that he had sworn to not kill Duan Lingtian using the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation Oath, he would not have let Duan Lingtian live. I'd like to see, when your cultivation is crippled and your limbs are crippled, will she still like you and even admit that you're her man? As Zhou Yi muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have goosebumps when they saw the smile on Zhou Yi's face. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Duan Ling, since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what I'm going to do to you. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he vanished into thin air. Naturally, he did not really vanish. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was as though he had vanished into thin air. The direction Zhou Yi was heading toward was the southeast of Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian was there. He's here. Chapter 1209. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian noticed something, a gust of wind blew toward him, causing his purple robe to flutter loudly. In the next moment, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A figure appeared before him. It was a black figure. It was a young man dressed in black. His height was similar to Duan Lingtian's. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he sized him up. "Senior brother Zhou." At this moment, the few Emperor Wu's followers greeted the black-clad young man respectfully. The black-clad young man was Zhou Yi, who had just arrived. He was Emperor Wu's direct disciple and also the publicly acknowledged God's favored one in Lost Stone Forest. However, Zhou Yi did not seem to hear Emperor Wu's followers who took the initiative to greet him. Perhaps, he did not even bother to respond to Emperor Wu's followers. In the eyes of Emperor Wu's direct disciple like Zhou Yi, even the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest were just a bunch of obedient dogs. He might not even be willing to let Emperor Wu's followers be his dogs. In his eyes, Emperor Wu's followers were no different from ants. In his opinion, there was no need for him to respond to a few ants who took the initiative to greet him. "You're Duan Lingtian? The man that Tianwu likes?" Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom in a condescending manner. After a while, he asked in a questioning tone, "You're Zhou Yi? Where's Tianwu?" Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Yi's questioning. It was as though he did not hear him at all. Not only that, but he even looked at Zhou Yi and asked in return. At this moment, he learned the identity of the person who had just arrived from the greeting of Emperor Wu's followers. It was Zhou Yi, the target of his trip. Tianwu was taken away by Zhou Yi. Now, as he questioned Zhou Yi, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light. It was as if he had turned into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack and kill at any time. "I really don't know why Tianwu would fall for an ant like you. However, since I've sworn that I won't kill you, I naturally won't kill you." Just like how Duan Lingtian did not reply to Zhou Yi did not reply to Duan Lingtian either. He looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze gradually turned cold as he spoke unhurriedly. "I'm asking you, where is Tianwu?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw that Zhou Yi didn't reply to him where Tianwu was. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he glared at Zhou Yi. "No matter where Tianwu is, it has nothing to do with you. From today onwards, you and her are no longer people of the same world." Finally, Zhou Yi responded to Duan Lingtian. However, when he replied, his tone was filled with disdain. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide whether Tianwu and I are from the same world?" Duan Lingtian sneered in disdain as he said coldly, "Moreover, if you still don't hand Tianwu over, from today onwards, you, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, will become history." Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the opinion of the few Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side. They thought of Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he wanted Zhou Yi, the Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor's direct disciple, to become history. In their opinion, this was no different from a fantasy story. Zhou Yi was the direct disciple of the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu Shiqi. Zhou Yi's innate talent was very high, surpassing any of his direct disciples. Coupled with his diligence in cultivation, he had always been highly valued by Emperor Wu. Gradually, he became the direct disciple that Shiqi valued the most. Apart from that, other people might not know about Zhou Yi's strength, but they knew it very well. In terms of strength, their senior brother Zhou was only inferior to Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. Even the other direct disciples of Emperor Wu were no match for him. Make me become history? I'd like to see how a leader of a low-level first-rate force like you is going to make me become history. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhou Yi was stunned at first. However, he could not help but laugh. As he laughed, he did not forget to provoke Duan Lingtian. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of disdain and contempt mixed in. The leader of a low-level first-rate force? Zhou Yi's words clearly entered the ears of the few Emperor Wu's followers. They looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange gaze. This fellow is only the leader of a low-level first-rate force? To think that I thought he was strong? A leader of a low-level first-rate force would at most be slightly stronger than us, Emperor Wu's disciples. He's not even comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples, let alone Emperor Wu's direct disciples. A leader of a low-level first-rate force dares to look for trouble with senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest? Isn't he seeking death? The few Emperor Wu's followers no longer looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. Instead, it was replaced with pity. In their opinion, in terms of strength, a leader of a low-level first-rate force would never be able to compare to Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. However, senior brother Zhou seemed to have sworn not to kill him earlier. I wonder what happened between them. It seems like that's the reason why he dares to provoke senior brother Zhou in Lost Stone Forest. That must be it. Otherwise, a leader of a low-level first-rate force like him wouldn't dare to offend senior brother Zhou, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. To think that I thought he was a powerhouse on the same level as senior brother Zhou? I was too naive. The few Emperor Wu's followers' words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, he did not pay any attention to it. Since you want to see, I'll show you. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he was provoked by Zhou Yi. His body moved and disappeared before the few Emperor Wu's followers' eyes. His speed was so fast that the few Emperor Wu's followers could not even catch a glimpse of him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At this moment, if he did not show Zhou Yi the pain, Zhou Yi would not hand Tian Wu over. Therefore, he had to do something. At the very least, he had to show Zhou Yi the pain. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out like a divine dragon as he charged towards Zhou Yi. While he was charging, he seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. A 5-colored divine dragon. 5 different colors gathered around his body and emitted waves of sharp sword intent. It was the fused profundity and sword profundity. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Zhou Yi. He shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had prepared earlier and performed his sword skill immediately. 9 dragons' radiant flash. At that instant, a sword ray shot out from where the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was pointing. The sword ray split into 9 and transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate radiant flashes. Bush, 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 bush. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes tore through the sky and set off a series of whistling sounds as they targeted Zhou Yi's vital points. So fast! Since the beginning, Zhou Yi's face was calm when he faced Duan Lingtian, who was attacking him. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. However, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. He did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian was able to perform such a fast attack. If his speed was any faster, it would be enough to threaten him. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi's heart jolted. In the next moment, he disappeared from his spot and dodged the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were charging toward him. When Zhou Yi appeared again, he was already in the sky far away. It seems like I've underestimated you. When Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian again, although his face was still filled with disdain, there was a hint of surprise in the depth of his eyes. It was apparent that he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be able to perform such an attack. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head as he stood with his sword. Soon, it gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 6 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Based on this, it could be seen that Duan Lingtian had exerted his full strength earlier. However, with his current strength and his sword skill, 9 dragons radiant flash, Zhou Yi still managed to dodge it. Zhou Yi is stronger than I thought. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stared at the black-clad young man before him. His expression did not change as though he was mentally prepared. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head not only surprised Zhou Yi, but the other Emperor Wu's disciples who were watching by the side were also shocked. He's actually so strong? Isn't he the leader of a low-level first-rate force? Are the leaders of low-level first-rate forces now so strong? The few Emperor Wu's disciples looked at each other and whispered to each other in shock. In their minds, such a powerhouse's ability was already above many of the Emperor Wu's disciples in Lost Stone Forest. He was comparable to many of the leaders of upper-level first-rate forces and even upper-level first-rate forces. However, according to their senior brother Zhou, he was only the leader of a low-level first-rate force. A moment later, a series of soft sword chimes resonated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian splitting the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand into 9 swords that circled around his body and spun continuously. Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 swords, looked extremely ethereal. He did not look like a mortal. If that's all you've got, I'm afraid you'll have to crawl out of Lost Stone Forest today. Zhou Yi said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Crawl out? He planned to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and break Duan Lingtian's 4 limbs before making Duan Lingtian crawl out of Lost Stone Forest and disappear before his eyes. He believed, as long as Duan Lingtian became a stray dog, the woman he loved would definitely ignore Duan Lingtian. Chapter 12:10. While Duan Lingtian and Zhou Yi were fighting, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from all directions. A group of people came over when they heard the sound. It's senior brother Zhou. Soon after, these people noticed one of the 2 people standing in the air in the distance. The reason they were paying attention to this person was because he was the only person they knew. There was no one in Lost Stone Forest who did not know Zhou Yi. These people were Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. They had heard the commotion and came over to watch the show. Initially, they thought it was just a small fight. They did not expect Zhou Yi to be involved. If they did not come over, they would not have believed it. Someone actually came to Lost Stone Forest to provoke Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Who is he? How dare he provoke senior brother Zhou? Isn't he seeking death? Many people had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they seemed to have concluded that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose in the fight between Duan Lingtian and Zhou Yi. Although they had seen the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head, they were still shocked. The strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. With such strength, he's only inferior to a few of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in Lost Stone Forest. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, he encountered senior brother Zhou, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Moreover, he's also the best direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. At the same time, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had also learned about the incident from a few of Emperor Wu's followers who were already present. They could not help but sigh. So, it's all because of a woman. Previously, I saw senior brother Zhou bringing that woman back. That woman ignored Senior Brother Zhou, so I guess Senior Brother Zhou must have kidnapped her. I can't believe it's true. I don't know what this guy is thinking. How can he snatch that woman away from Senior Brother Zhou with such strength? Throwing his life away for a woman. What a fool. A group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers discussed animatedly. From their words, they all felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die. You're all wrong. He won't die. At this time, one of the disciples of Emperor Wu who had been present for a long time looked at the purple-clothed young man in the air not far away and said to the group of people who had just arrived, "Won't die?" Immediately, the group of people who had just arrived were puzzled and confused. They didn't know why this disciple of Emperor Wu would say that. Because Senior Martial Brother Zhou seemed to have sworn an oath not to kill him. The disciple of Emperor Wu, who had successfully whetted everyone's appetite, said, "What?" Immediately, the group of people couldn't help but be shocked. They never expected that their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, would actually swear not to kill this purple-clad young man. No wonder he dared to come. He knew that Senior Brother Zhou wouldn't kill him. At the same time, many people were enlightened. At the same time, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtong. Even if Senior Martial Brother Zhou doesn't kill him, he won't have a good ending. The disciple of Emperor Wu who had whetted everyone's appetite earlier said solemnly, "Just now, Senior Martial Brother Zhou said, he'll cripple his dantian, break his limbs, and make him crawl out of Lost Stone Forest." As soon as this disciple of Emperor Wu finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked all of the disciples of Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu's followers present. In this world where the strong were revered, crippling a martial monarch's dantian was already a fate worse than death. If he were to cripple Duan Lingtian's limbs as well, he would not be giving him a way out. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. "You want to cripple me?" Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that were spinning continuously, his purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He stared at Zhou Yi in the distance and said coldly, "You can try." "Of course I'll try. Not only will I try, but I'll also watch you crawl out of Lost Stone Forest like a stray dog." Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The black robe on his body suddenly fluttered, and a vast milky white flame rose up. In just a blink of an eye, it was entangled by a few energies of different colors, emitting a terrifying aura. The energies gathered together and merged into the narrow saber in his hand. This narrow saber was the spirit weapon that he always carried with him. When he dodged Duan Lingtian's attack earlier, he had already taken out this narrow saber. It was a Grade 1 spirit saber. If it was not for the boost from this Grade 1 spirit saber to activate his movement martial skill, it would have been impossible for him to dodge the 18 ultimate flashes of light that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Duan Lingtian had used the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horn dragons to cast the 9 dragons' radiant flash to form the ultimate radiant flare. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking to hear. If one did not have the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons to activate his movement martial skill, it would have been impossible for him to dodge the 18 ultimate flashes of light. Based on this, one could tell. Zhou Yi, who had used the Grade 1 spirit saber, exerted all his strength. It had already exceeded the strength of 6 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons. As the heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head stirred, he disappeared from the spot before the heaven and earth phenomenon could be consolidated. He disappeared before the eyes of all of Emperor Wu's followers. How fast! The pupils of Emperor Wu's followers who were present at the scene narrowed. Zhou Yi's speed was so fast that even they could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. In just a blink of an eye, they noticed that the afterimage was charging toward the purple-clad young man in a menacing manner. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. The moment Zhou Yi disappeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that were hovering around his body also charged out rapidly. The 9 sword rays charged toward Zhou Yi. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the air stirred, and the piercing sound was short-lived. Many of Emperor Wu's followers who had a lower cultivation base could not help but frown. This was because Zhou Yi was also charging toward Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, it was more like Zhou Yi was charging toward the 9 sword rays that were charging toward him as though he was committing suicide. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, in the face of the 9 swift sword rays that were charging toward him, Zhou Yi merely smirked in disdain. As he raised his hand, the Grade 1 spirit saber in his hand began to tremble violently before it transformed into saber rays that filled the sky. Bush, 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 bush. The saber rays crisscrossed as though they had transformed into a saber net that enveloped Duan Lingtian's 9 swift quasi-royal grade spirit swords. It was as though they were trying to restrain and suppress them. Wherever the saber net passed, the airflow would surge and set off waves of airflow. It emitted waves of raging wind that swept across the area. For a moment, the nearby boulders trembled violently. Some of the lighter boulders were even tossed around by the strong wind and only stopped when they were a distance away. It was obvious that Zhou Yi wanted to suppress Duan Lingtian's 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords in one fell swoop before attacking Duan Lingtian, who had no one to rely on. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Unfortunately, as soon as Duan Lingtian thought about it, his plan was going to fall through. In an instant, the 9 sword rays shone brightly like 9 scorching suns that were emitting dazzling light. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9 sword rays transformed into 9 5-colored divine dragons that swiftly flew out and dispersed in all directions. As the saber net enveloped the area, it only restrained and suppressed more than 10 divine dragons in the area. As the remaining 60-odd 5-colored divine dragons flew out, more than 120 pairs of eyes locked onto Zhou Yi. Before Zhou Yi could react, more than 100 pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. Bush, 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 bush. In the next moment, more than 100 ultimate rays swept out and headed straight for Zhou Yi. Bush. Seeing that more than 100 ultimate rays were about to land on Zhou Yi's body, Zhou Yi disappeared into thin air again at the critical moment. He barely dodged the 100 ultimate rays that were sweeping toward him. Before Zhou even showed himself, a series of shrill shrieks reverberated in the air. Some of the spectating martial emperor's disciples and followers did not manage to dodge in time and were penetrated by the hundreds of ultimate radiant lights. Some of them had their hands pierced while others had their feet pierced. Some of them had their heads pierced and hearts pierced. In just a short while, 3 of them collapsed. All of them were killed by the ultimate rays that accidentally penetrated their vital points. Bush, 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 bush. At the same time, those who were lucky enough not to be injured and those who only had non-vital points pierced quickly retreated and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. In the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Is this all you've got? Soon after, a calm voice was heard. Zhou Yi appeared behind the spot where he had disappeared and retreated in time before the 100 ultimate rays landed on him. Zhou Yi dodged the 100 sword rays and was unscathed. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly gloomy. Just like what Zhou Yi had said, he had performed all the techniques that he could, but he still could not touch Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi's strength was very strong. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but secretly gasp. Because of this, he became a little more clear-headed. Bush, 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 bush. At this moment, the 9 sword rays returned to Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into 9 quasi-royal grade spiritual swords that revolved around his body. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he merged the 9 quasi-royal grade spiritual swords into one. Immediately after, his actions caused everyone present, including Zhou Yi, to be stunned. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put away the quasi-royal grade spiritual swords in his hand. Subsequently, he stood there empty-handed and looked at Zhou Yi calmly. What's he doing? Waiting for his death? One of the imperial martial disciples guessed. Perhaps he's completely convinced that he could not touch senior brother Zhou even after using all his techniques earlier. He's going to wait for his death. I have to admit that he's very strong. I didn't even have time to react to the 100 sword raise earlier. Chapter 12:11. If we were a little unlucky, we would have ended up like them. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers felt chills running down their spines when they saw the corpses on the ground. At this moment, they were thankful that they survived. They were thankful that they survived. What? Have you given up on resisting? Zhou Yi, who had witnessed Duan Lingtian putting away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, thought Duan Lingtian had given up on resisting, just like the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. At this moment, a disdainful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt. I really don't know why Tian Wu would fall in love with a piece of trash like you. However, from today onward, Tian Wu will never fall in love with you. No woman would fall in love with a man whose dantian and limbs are crippled, Zhou Yi said slowly. The mockery on his face deepened as he spoke. Subsequently, Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth and interrupted himself. The reason for that was because he noticed a stone tablet with a missing corner appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand after he put away the spirit sword. The stone tablet looked ordinary, and there were words engraved on it that he did not recognize. Although he did not recognize the words, the ancient aura that was faintly emitted from the stone tablet in the next moment made him realize that the stone tablet was not simple. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were lucky enough to survive and were standing in the distance also had their eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He put away the sword and took out the stone tablet. Could this be his weapon as well? It should be. Otherwise, why would he do that? Perhaps he's preparing a tombstone for himself. That makes sense. Tombstone? Stop joking. Have you ever seen a tombstone that's filled with words that are indecipherable? Many disciples of Emperor Wu and followers of Emperor Wu whispered to each other. They were all very interested in the stone tablet with a missing corner in Duan Lingtian's hands. After Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner from his spatial ring. It was none other than the Devil Seal tablet that he always carried with him. The Devil Seal tombstone was his greatest trump card. Tian Wu wasn't even afraid of death for me. Today, for the sake of Tian Wu, I'll still have no regrets even if I lose my reason for utilizing the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian gripped the Devil Seal tombstone tightly as he stared at Zhou Yi in the distance. After using the Devil Seal tablet, I must kill Zhou Yi in the shortest amount of time possible and then take Tian Wu away. Otherwise, I won't be able to save Tian Wu and leave once I completely lose my reason. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a plan was instantly formed. At once, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, is this a tombstone that you prepared for yourself because you know you're going to die? Zhou Yi ignored Duan Lingtian's gaze that flashed with killing intent as he ridiculed with a mocking expression. However, Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was trying his best to stir up his emotions. He was even purposely trying to give birth to feelings of despair. All of this was to allow the Devil Seal tablet in his hand to devilify him. If he used the Devil Seal tablet directly, it would only increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It was meaningless to him. Moreover, even if it was a real royal grade spirit weapon, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian in his current predicament. Even if he used a royal grade spirit weapon, he would not be able to defeat Zhou Yi. The heaven and earth energy above Zhou Yi's head had already gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 7 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were so lifelike that they seemed to have covered half of the sky. It gave off an invisible sense of oppression. Based on this, one could tell that Zhou Yi's full strength was equivalent to 7 ancient black dragon strength and 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. However, Duan Lingtian's full strength was only equivalent to 6 ancient black dragon strength and 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Even if he used a royal-grade spirit weapon that could increase his strength by 1-fold, it would only increase Duan Lingtian's strength by 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. When his origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The royal grade spirit weapon could increase his strength by 1-fold. It was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragon strength. However, even with the additional strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength, Duan Lingtian's full strength was only equivalent to 6 ancient black dragon strength and 3,200 ancient horned dragon strength. Even then, it was still incomparable to Zhou Yi. Therefore, he could only rely on the Devil Seal Tablet if he wanted to defeat or even kill Zhou Yi. Unknowingly, the Devil Seal Tablet had left Duan Lingtian's hand and was suspended in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it was emitting wisps of black mist. One could vaguely see a deep black liquid flowing on the surface of the Devil Seal Tablet. It did not take long for the words on the tablet to be filled with the black liquid. Although the black liquid was attached to the Devil Seal tombstone, the aura it exuded still caused everyone, including Zhou Yi, to shudder. What's that? Oh my God! What kind of tablet is that? Why is it emitting black liquid and black mist? Isn't this too strange? I feel that the black liquid flowing on the tablet is terrifying. I have the same feeling as well. When the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers saw this, they retreated a distance away again, afraid that they would be affected. At this moment, they could vaguely sense the reason. The reason the purple-clad young man put away his spirit sword and took out the tablet was not because he wanted to wait for his death. Instead, he wanted to use the tablet to deal with Zhou Yi. It was obvious that the tablet was not simple. The aura it emitted became even more vast. When it swept out in all directions, some of Emperor Wu's followers who had a lower cultivation base felt suffocated. Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took a deep breath before he lifted his hand and pressed it on the Devil Seal Tablet that was suspended in front of him. At this moment, the black liquid and black mist on the Devil Seal Tablet seemed to have found a vent as they rushed toward Duan Lingtian's hand that was pressing on the Devil Seal Tablet. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was going to use the Devil Seal Tablet to devilify himself. Oh no! Zhou Yi had an ominous feeling when he saw the change in the tablet. At this moment, when he saw Duan Lingtian placing his hand on the Devil Seal Tablet and the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal Tablet surged into Duan Lingtian's hand, horror dawned on his face. When the black liquid and black mist rushed toward Duan Lingtian's hand and passed through his forearm, Zhou Yi disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi raised his hand. The saber ray on the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in his hand shone brightly and released a vast and rolling energy that caused the air to explode continuously. At the same time, airwaves swept out and turned into gusts of raging wind that caused the surrounding boulders to roll and fly. Soon after, all the boulders in the surrounding area were swept away, leaving behind an empty space. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Zhou Yi appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the saber ray on the spirit saber in his hand shone brightly. When the black liquid and black mist on the Devil Seal Tablet approached Duan Lingtian's shoulder, Zhou Yi and the saber in his hand seemed to have merged into one and transformed into a gigantic saber that slashed down on Duan Lingtian's head. To be more precise, it was slashing down on the tablet that was shrouded in the black liquid and black mist in front of Duan Lingtian. The short-lived saber cry clearly entered the ears of the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers present, reverberating like thunder in their ears. Everyone was shocked when the saber chime faded away. Clang. This was because a thunderous explosion entered their ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. Some of the Martial Emperor's followers with lower cultivation bases were even shaken to the point that blood spurted out of their ears. Boom! Ever since Zhou Yi and his saber transformed into a gigantic saber and landed on the stone tablet in front of Duan Ling Tian with a loud bang, a wave of terrifying energy spread out from the point where the saber landed. This terrifying energy was the shockwave formed when the airflow in the air was compressed to the extreme and exploded. The shockwave swept out in all directions. Other than the two people in the center of the shockwave, all the boulders within a 100-meter radius around them were turned into dust. Not only that, but the ground within a 100-meter radius was also shaken to the point of cracking. Ferocious cracks appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a gigantic spider web. The expressions of Emperor Wu's disciples who were within a 100-meter radius changed drastically. As for the Emperor Wu's followers, they were sent flying. They only managed to stabilize themselves after flying for dozens of meters. At this moment, they no longer dared to stand together with the group of Emperor Wu's disciples. They stared at the gigantic saber and the purple figure in the distance. They also stared at the tablet with a chipped corner that stood between them. A moment later, the gigantic saber transformed into a man and a saber again. It was Zhou Yi who had reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Zhou Yi was staring blankly at the chipped corner stone tablet that was shrouded in black mist and flowing with black liquid. He could not regain his senses for a long time. His attack with all his might did not leave any mark on the tablet at all. Moreover, the tablet was suspended in the air. Not only did his attack that contained the strength of more than 7 ancient black dragons not move the tablet, but it did not even shake it at all. How's this possible? At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who were watching by the side also noticed this. Their eyes narrowed as disbelief filled their faces. Chapter 12:12. Heavens! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing behind the strange stone tablet in the air. His eyes turned red in an instant, emitting waves of bone-chilling killing intent. Snap! Immediately after, a soft sound rang out. It was the sound of the hairband on the purple-clothed young man's long hair breaking. His long hair fluttered in the wind like dancing black pythons. Soon after, these black pythons began to change. To be more precise, their color began to change. The purple-clad young man's long hair that resembled dancing black pythons gradually turned purple. It was a demonic purple, as though they had transformed into purple pythons. The pythons danced faster and faster. Unknowingly, the purple-clothed young man's entire body was shrouded by strands of black mist. Within the black mist, there seemed to be something similar to black lightning that filled the air. Boom! A loud sound resonated. A vast, rolling shockwave surged out from the purple-clad young man and the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. It swept out in all directions. This shockwave was even more powerful than the shockwave that was produced when Zhou Yi transformed into a giant saber and slammed on the stone tablet. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, deafening explosions rang out one after another. Some of the boulders within a radius of 100 meters were either turned into powder, shattered, or sent flying. Barf! Some of Emperor Wu's disciples who were standing 100 meters away did not have time to dodge at all. In just a blink of an eye, they were enveloped by the shockwave and were blown away. Blood gushed out of their mouths as though it was free. Humph! It was not only these Emperor Wu's disciples, but even Zhou Yi was also forced to take more than 10 steps back by the shockwave before he regained his footing. He let out a muffled groan, and his pale face was extremely unsightly. Looking at the purple-clad figure in the distance who was holding the stone tablet like a devil god, a trace of fear rose in Zhou Yi's heart for no reason. The fear continued to spread, and in just a blink of an eye, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Boom! 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 When the shockwave swept out, many people in the depths of Lost Stone Forest were alarmed. What terrifying power! This energy seems to be coming from the southeast of our Lost Stone Forest. Let's go and see what's going on. Such powerful strength, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the scope of the martial monarch stage. In an instant, not only were a large number of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers alarmed, two of Emperor Wu's personal disciples were also alarmed. In the blink of an eye, the two elegant figures converged together. One of them wore a blue robe and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. He was a handsome young man who looked to be in his 30s. He was extremely young. The other person was also a young man. He wore green clothes and had a cold expression. His eyes were lifeless, as if everyone owed him money. I didn't expect you to be alarmed as well. Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on. The blue-clothed young man smiled and said to the green-clothed young man. The green-clothed young man nodded nonchalantly before he disappeared from the spot with the blue-clothed young man. It was as though they had never appeared before. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, in a stone house that was hollowed out from a huge rock, the red-clothed lady who was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her peerless beauty seemed to have overshadowed everything around her. What a familiar aura! She instantly felt that the aura that swept out from afar was very familiar. The violent aura gave her a sense of familiarity. Even she did not know why. Out of curiosity, she left the stone house and headed in the direction of the aura. It was the southeast of Lost Stone Forest. In the southeast of Lost Stone Forest, a shockwave surged out of Duan Lingtian's body that had transformed into a purple-haired, red-eyed man. It swept through half of Lost Stone Forest, causing more people to gather. Most of these people were Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu. Naturally, there were also two of Emperor Wu's personal disciples. Senior Brother Zhao. Senior Brother Sunday. With the arrival of the two Emperor Wu's personal disciples, a group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers greeted them respectfully. The blue-clothed Emperor Wu's personal disciple smiled and nodded in response. As for the green-clothed Emperor Wu's personal disciple, he had a cold expression from beginning to end. He did not bother with the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu did not care either. They had long heard of Senior Brother Sun's temper. Even if he saw the other personal disciples of Emperor Wu, he would have the same expression, let alone them. Joey? Soon, Emperor Wu's personal disciple exclaimed. The group of people who had just arrived noticed the black-clothed young man standing in the distance, Zhou Yi. It's Senior Brother Zhou. Immediately, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu could not help but exclaim. Zhou Yi was the strongest among the personal disciples of Emperor Wu in Lost Stone Forest. They were no strangers to him. Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Sunday. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Emperor Wu also approached the group of people who had just arrived. They respectfully greeted the two personal disciples of Emperor Wu. What the hell is going on? Who is that purple-clothed young man with purple hair and red eyes? The gaze of Emperor Wu's personal disciple quickly landed on the purple-clothed young man not far away from Zhou Yi. The aura emitted by the purple-clothed young man made him feel a little oppressed. He even found it hard to breathe. Not only that, but he also realized that the energy that alarmed him seemed to have originated from this purple-clothed young man. Just as one of the martial emperor's disciples was about to say something, a series of rolling air explosions rang in the air and interrupted him. In the distance, Duan Lingtian, whose hair had turned purple and whose eyes had turned crimson-red, set off a series of continuous air explosions with a raise of his hand. The air explosions swept out, causing circles of ripples to appear in the air. These circles of ripples were the traces left behind by the shockwaves in the air due to the shockwaves. We must end this as soon as possible. A solemn voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Duan Lingtian's mind. After activating the Devil Seal tablet again and successfully demonized, Duan Lingtian's body was no longer under his control. However, his consciousness was still there, so he could still affect his body to a certain extent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian suddenly lifted his head. His gaze immediately locked onto Zhou Yi, who was not far away. His red eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically when he was targeted. Facing the current Duan Lingtian, he had no confidence at all. elder brother Duan. At this moment, a joyful voice resonated and attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack Zhou Yi. Tianwu. As Duan Lingtian turned his head, he immediately saw the red-clad lady standing in the distance. The red-clad lady looked like a fire elf. It was Feng Tianwu who had just arrived. It's even better that Tianwu is here. I'll kill Zhou Yi and bring Tianwu away before my consciousness completely disappears. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind when he saw Tianwu. Meanwhile, with his gradually disappearing consciousness, he tried his best to control his demonized body and displayed a powerful strength that did not belong to Cloud Continent. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out once again, causing everyone present to feel their hair stand on end. Emperor Wu's powerhouse? Emperor Wu's direct disciple's expression turned solemn. Soon after, his eyes widened. This was because he noticed the purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes had turned into a purple afterimage in just a blink of an eye as he charged toward Zhou Yi. I'm afraid Zhou Yi is going to be killed. This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. Although Zhou Yi was Emperor Wu's direct disciple and was slightly more powerful than him, in his opinion, it was impossible for Zhou Yi to survive in the face of someone whose strength was comparable to Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Bang! Just when most people noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air before their eyes, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air, and it shook their eardrums to the point that it hurt. All of Emperor Wu's followers had blood spurting out of their ears. Their faces were extremely pale. Even the group of Emperor Wu's disciples had a grave expression on their faces. Boom! As the loud explosion reverberated, before they could realize what had happened, a vast, rolling shockwave had swept out from the center of the explosion. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The ground, which was already cracked like a spider's web, continued to crack and spread, forming a hideous ravine. Not only that, wherever the shockwave passed, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples was forced to retreat a dozen steps. As for the Emperor Wu's followers, they were directly sent flying. Among them was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's strength was not even comparable to those of Emperor Wu's followers. She was relatively far away, so she was only lightly injured. Master! Before most people, including Feng Tianwu, could react, 3 shouts of respect sounded almost at the same time. Zhou Yi, whose face was extremely pale, and the other 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were sent flying, bowed respectfully to the tall and sturdy figure who blocked the purple-clad young man's path. The tall and sturdy figure was dressed in gray. His hair was disheveled as he stood there. He was as steady as a rock, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He had a dignified look between his brows. Although he had an ordinary appearance, he gave off an extraordinary feeling. He directly blocked the attack launched by Duan Lingtian after he was demonized. As the shockwave swept out, the scene returned to its original calm state. However, everyone present knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Emperor Wu, Shiqi? Duan Lingtian did not expect that someone would appear and block his attack on Zhou Yi just as he was about to kill Zhou Yi and rescue Tianwu before he lost his consciousness. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed the identity of the person who appeared. Chapter 12-13. In the entire Lost Stone Forest, only Emperor Wu Shiqi would be able to block his attack after he was devilified. Although he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked earlier, it was still not something a martial monarch powerhouse could block, even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Young man, you're very powerful. The tall and sturdy Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. We're both Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, but I've never heard of you before. Who are you? Emperor Wu powerhouse? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived, including the 2 Emperor Wu's direct disciples with the surnames Zhao and Sun, came to a realization. So, he's really an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including Zhou Yi, who had been present since the beginning, knew about this. The purple-clad young man before them was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the very least, he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse a moment ago. The reason his strength was so powerful was all because of the stone tablet with a missing corner in his hand. His current strength came from that strange stone tablet. If I can obtain this stone tablet, does that mean I'll be as powerful as he is now? The fear on Zhou Yi's face disappeared completely when his gaze landed on the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was replaced by a greedy expression. It was a greed that could not wait to take the devil seal tablet for himself. Perhaps, after I obtain this stone tablet, the improvement it'll give me might be greater than his. After all, if he doesn't use this stone tablet, his strength will be weaker than mine. The more Zhou Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a hoarse voice when he sensed his consciousness was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. To be more precise, he sensed his consciousness being suppressed by the energy from the devil seal tablet. Then he attacked again. This time, he used the devil seal tombstone in his hand and charged towards Emperor Wu. To him, Emperor Wu Shiqi was undoubtedly a huge obstacle that prevented him from killing Zhou Yi. If he wanted to kill Zhou Yi, he had to get rid of this obstacle first. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was Emperor Wu, who had hastily received another attack from Duan Lingtian. Then, a vast and rolling shockwave swept out. This time, the people who were prepared were not affected too much. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone present. As the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out, Martial Emperor Shiqi was sent flying like an arrow that was released from a bow even though he managed to withstand the attack. He even threw up a mouthful of blood. Emperor Wu Shiqi only regained his footing after flying for dozens of meters. His face was green and white. It was obvious that he was injured. Silence. There was dead silence. Master? He's injured? Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw the scene before him. Horror dawned on him. He did not expect his master, who was like an invincible god of war in his eyes, would be injured today. Moreover, he was injured by the leader of a low-level first-rate force that he had always looked down on. Although Master hasn't used his spirit weapon yet, isn't the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand a little too strange? Zhou Yi felt his scalp go numb when he looked at the devil seal tombstone in Duan Lingtian's hand again. At the same time, the greed in his eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, he could sense that the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was not as simple as it seemed. Master! The other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples were horrified when they saw that Emperor Wu was injured. Lord Emperor Wu! The other Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were shocked and in disbelief when they saw the scene before them. Emperor Wu, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually injured? Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. Who is he? How can he be so strong? It seems like even Lord Emperor Wu doesn't recognize this Emperor Wu powerhouse. Could it be that he's a reclusive Emperor Wu powerhouse? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived guessed one after another. They were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. In the end, they all came to a consensus. Duan Lingtian was a reclusive Emperor Wu powerhouse. On Cloud Continent, there were less than 10 known Emperor Wu powerhouses. However, they had never heard of such a person among the 10. Purple hair and red eyes. He did not look like a human at all. He might be a demon emperor powerhouse. Soon after, someone guessed. Demon Emperor. They were existences whose strength was not inferior to martial emperors, and they were cultivated from demon beasts. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were over 10 demon emperors on the surface. There were a few more than the known Emperor Wu powerhouses. I've only heard of a few demon emperor powerhouses, but none of them have characteristics like him. One of Emperor Wu's disciples said. You're all wrong. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had already arrived shook their heads. He's not a Emperor Wu powerhouse, nor is he a demon emperor powerhouse. Not a Emperor Wu powerhouse? Not a demon emperor powerhouse? You must be kidding. At once, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived frowned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Someone who could injure their lost stone forest Shiqi was not a Emperor Wu? Not a demon emperor? What a joke. Perhaps his current strength is comparable to Emperor Wu's or demon emperor powerhouses. However, before he took out that stone tablet, he's definitely not a Emperor Wu or demon emperor powerhouse. That's right. Before he took out that stone tablet, he couldn't even defeat Senior Brother Zhou. According to Senior Brother Zhou, he's only the leader of a low-level first-rate force. His current strength comes from that strange stone tablet in his hand. We've seen all of this with our own eyes. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had already arrived began to talk at once. At once, the group of people, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had just arrived, were all stunned. It did not cross their minds that this would be the truth. Damn it. They actually said it out loud. Zhou Yi's expression was grave. He did not expect the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who had just arrived would reveal the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. This completely messed up his plan. After all, he had planned to take the stone tablet for himself after his master killed Duan Lingtian. Although his master was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was still confident in his master. This was because his master had yet to use a spirit weapon. His master's spirit weapon was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was above grade 1 spirit weapons. There were only a handful of quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in the entire Cloud continent. It was said that it was a divine weapon that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Although there were many outstanding weapon craftsmen in the past 10,000 years, none of them could refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. He believed that once his master used the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, he would reap the benefits and take the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand for himself. He had an instinct. As long as he could obtain the stone tablet, his life would undergo earth-shattering changes. However, now that everyone knew that the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was not simple, it would be impossible for him to take the stone tablet for himself even if Duan Lingtian was dead. Even his master would be tempted by the stone tablet. As it turned out, Zhou Yi's guess was right. When the injured Emperor Wu heard the words of the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers, and learned that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, his eyes lit up and he was tempted. A person whose strength was originally inferior to his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, after using the stone tablet, would possess a strength that surpassed him when he did not use any spirit weapon? I thought you were an Emperor Wu or a demon emperor powerhouse. I didn't expect your strength to come from the stone tablet in your hand. Emperor Wu looked at the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand with greed in his eyes. Although he was an Emperor Wu powerhouse, there were very few things that could tempt him. However, if there was something that could tempt him, he would fight for it with all his might. Now, the stone tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand had tempted him. This stone tablet is so magical. Once I obtain it and obtain its power, I might be able to become the strongest powerhouse on Cloud Continent. At that time, those fellows will have to act according to my will. When he thought of this, Emperor Wu became even more tempted. He was eager to obtain the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. Those fellows naturally referred to the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. From today onward, the stone tablet in your hand belongs to me, Emperor Wu. Unknowingly, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Emperor Wu's hand. As soon as the 7-foot-long spear appeared, a wave of vast and rolling energy surged into it. The long spear shook, and it was earth-shattering. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred. It was caused by Emperor Wu's energy. Earlier he had more or less understood the purple-clad young man's strength. If he did not use his spirit weapon, he was no match for this purple-clad young man. However, if he used his spirit weapon, he was confident he could defeat him. However, faced with the greedy Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Instead, he transformed into an afterimage before Emperor Wu's eyes and flew into the distance. A red-clad lady stood alone in that direction. It was Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, come with me. I can't hold on any longer. As Duan Lingtian flew toward Feng Tianwu, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu to remind her. At that moment, he could feel that his consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. It would not be long before he was completely suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy. At that time, he might not even be able to regain his consciousness. It was precisely because of this that he felt the urgency of time. He had to rescue Tian Wu in the shortest time possible. As for other matters, they were no longer important. Master, he's trying to escape. Chapter 12:14. Duan Lingtian flew toward Feng Tianwu. His speed was so fast that only one person could see it clearly. The other three people could barely catch a trace of it. The person who could see it clearly was Emperor Wu. As for the other three people, they were the three martial emperor's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi. As for the others, they only saw Duan Lingtian disappearing before their eyes. They only knew what Duan Lingtian was trying to do when Zhou Yi shouted, "Elder brother Duan." Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. However, she did not stay in the same spot. Instead, she flew toward the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. She did this because she could not catch Duan Lingtian's fast figure. She had no choice but to do this. When she flew out, she instantly felt a strong wind blowing toward her. She knew she had done the right thing. Her elder brother Duan was flying toward her in a straight line. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. A cold snort was heard in the blink of an eye. Emperor Wu's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. His speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. When Emperor Wu made his move, he used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to perform his movement technique. The 7-foot-long spear was a divine weapon that was passed down from 10,000 years ago. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was superior to grade 1 spirit weapons. If Duan Lingtian was in the mood to observe carefully, he would definitely notice it. The quasi-royal grade spirit spear was personally refined by Emperor Wu in his second life. As a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, the 7-foot-long spear had a 2-fold increase in strength. When the long spear shook, it was earth-shattering. It carried Emperor Wu and shot toward Duan Lingtian at a speed faster than lightning. Emperor Wu was so fast that it caused the airflow in the air to vibrate, leaving behind an ear-piercing sound. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu flew out, it caused the airflow in the air to vibrate and set off a series of thunderous explosions. If I really let you escape, I, Emperor Wu, won't have the face to stay on Cloud Continent anymore. Martial Emperor Shi-Chi's cold voice resonated in the air. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook and split into 3 spear rays in just a blink of an eye as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. The 3 spear lights were extremely material. Everywhere they passed, space shook and was on the verge of shattering. The 3 spear rays was so fast that they could not be seen clearly. Even for Duan Lingtian, Emperor's disciples and emperors, let alone the group's Emperor's disciples and Duan Lingtian's. The only person who could see it clearly was Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified. Damn it! Duan Lingtian, who sensed the danger and realized his consciousness was about to be suppressed, was flustered and exasperated. Emperor Wu's strength has increased so much after he used his spirit weapon. With his speed, it's impossible for me to bring Tian Wu and escape unscathed from him. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with anxiety. In his anxiety, his mind actually calmed down. Very quickly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's the only way. Tian Wu, this bottle of pills contains the royal grade resurrection pills. Take it and leave. Go as far as you can. As Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu, he lifted his hand and tossed a pill bottle out. It arrived in front of Feng Tianwu in just a moment and slowed down. Duan Lingtian did not explain what the royal grade resurrection pills were. He did not have the time to explain. Naturally, there was no need for him to explain. This was because he had already told Feng Tianwu that one of the methods to help her recover her memory was to consume the royal grade resurrection pills. At the instant he tossed the pills out, Duan Lingtian turned around quickly and lifted his hand to throw the Devil Seal tablet in his hand out. It met with the 3 swift spear rays from Emperor Wu. Clang, clang, Clang. When the 3 spear rays landed on the Devil Seal tablet, a vast energy surged into it and passed through the Devil Seal tablet into Duan Lingtian's body. It caused Duan Lingtian's vital energy and blood to surge, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Emperor Wu's strength is actually so powerful. If my consciousness was still here, I wouldn't be a match for him. As the vital energy and blood in his body surged, such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Tianwu, leave now. Soon after, Duan Lingtian turned his head to look at Feng Tianwu, who was still in a daze after she caught the pill bottle. He urged her through voice transmission again. Subsequently, his consciousness that could only hold on for a few breaths at most stopped resisting and allowed the energy from the Devil Seal tablet to suppress it. The reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he knew very well that his body would be completely suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Only when his body was completely controlled by the Devil Seal tablet's energy would he be able to unleash his devilified strength and fight martial Emperor Shi. Boom. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian's consciousness disappeared, Duan Lingtian's purple hair suddenly fluttered. The murderous aura in his crimson eyes became even more intense as a shockwave swept out from his body again. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the shockwave passed, the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out. The ground within a few hundred meters that was already in ruins cracked even more. The ferocious ravines seemed to have transformed into bottomless abysses. All of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were sent flying by the shockwave. Feng Tianwu was no exception. She was sent flying far away from the shockwave as well. Even the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu, including Zhou Yi, were sent dozens of steps back by the shockwave. Their expressions were extremely solemn. His strength can still increase. What kind of monster is he? Zhou Yi and the other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu could sense that the purple-haired, crimson-eyed young man's strength seemed to have increased again. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu, who was blasted flying, finally recovered from her shock. An ominous premonition rose in her heart when she saw the purple-clad figure that disappeared in just a blink of an eye before reappearing and colliding with martial Emperor Shi. However, when she thought about how everything this man did was for her, she clenched her teeth and fled out of Lost Stone Forest in a flash. At this moment, she really wanted to stay and live and die with this man. However, when she thought about how this man wanted her to leave and how she would be a burden if she continued to stay, she decided to leave Lost Stone Forest first. At the very least, this would make him feel at ease. If you can't survive, I won't drag out an ignoble existence as well. Feng Tianwu made a decision in her heart when she fled. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, she would not live alone. She would always be by his side. However, when Feng Tianwu was about to leave Lost Stone Forest, a ghost-like figure appeared before her and blocked her path. Tianwu, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? The person who blocked Feng Tianwu was Zhou Yi. When Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu were fighting fiercely, Zhou Yi was the only one who paid attention to Feng Tianwu. When he saw Feng Tianwu was about to leave, he blocked her path. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed, but she did not say anything. She felt helpless when she faced Zhou Yi because she knew it was impossible for her to escape now. For a moment, she stood on the spot and ignored Zhou Yi. She only looked at the 2 figures that appeared and collided with each other. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched at the moment. Zhou Yi did not mind being ignored by Feng Tianwu. Naturally, the main reason was that he did not have the mood to care about this. The outcome of the battle between Duan Lingtian and his master was unclear. His master might win, and so might Duan Lingtian. If his master won, naturally, everyone would be happy. However, if Duan Lingtian won, it would be difficult for him to survive. Even if he tried to escape now. However, he knew it was impossible for him to escape from Duan Lingtian, whose strength was not inferior to his master. Because of this, he had his eyes on Feng Tianwu. At the critical moment, he might be able to use Feng Tianwu as a hostage to make Duan Lingtian hesitate to attack. With the speed Duan Lingtian revealed now, although it was swift to the point it was difficult for him to catch a glimpse of it, he was still confident he would be able to take Feng Tianwu's life in the instant Duan Lingtian attacked him. Although he was eager to take Feng Tianwu for himself, in front of his life, Feng Tianwu was not worth mentioning. However, Zhou Yi did not know this. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian really killed his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, even if he used Feng Tianwu as a hostage, Duan Lingtian would not hesitate to attack. This was because Duan Lingtian had completely lost his consciousness and was completely under the control of the Devil Seal Tablet's power. Currently, he was like a soulless body with only power. Only his battle instincts remained. Kill, kill, kill. As the Devil Seal Tablet that had once suppressed many devil cultivators, the power it contained was formed from the remnant souls of violent devil cultivators. Duan Lingtian, who was under the control of such power, only had one thought in his mind. Kill all living beings in front of him. In this world, only he had the right to stand. Currently, even if Feng Tianwu was standing in front of him, he would not hold back. This was because he was no longer himself. To be more precise, his body was still his, but he was no longer the one controlling it. Currently, his consciousness was completely suppressed. It was as though he had fallen into a deep slumber. He had no idea what was happening, let alone interfere. Therefore, Zhou Yi's plan was undoubtedly a foolish one. Perhaps he would still have a chance to escape if he fled now. This was because the current Duan Lingtian would not purposely chase after him even if he killed everyone in Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian had completely lost his mind. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a vast and rolling shockwave that swept through half of the Lost Stone Forest. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers who were watching from afar felt their hearts tremble in fear. Naturally, there were also many people who were excited. This was a battle at the level of Emperor Wu. Chapter 12:15. They had lived for more than half of their lives, but it was their first time witnessing a battle between Emperor Wu powerhouses. As he waved his hand, clear ripples appeared in the air. The ground shook, and not a single piece of land remained intact. All the rocks within a few hundred meters were turned into dust regardless of their size. How did his strength increase so much in such a short time? The 7-foot-long spear in Emperor Wu's hand shook, and it came into close contact with the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again. While the vital energy and blood in his body surged, he was shocked. According to his previous judgment, Duan Lingtian's strength should be weaker than him when he used the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, the result was unexpected. If I hadn't broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage half a year ago, I would have definitely lost today's battle. Emperor Wu thought to himself. After the 7-foot-long spear in his hand collided with the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand again, Emperor Wu borrowed the force to retreat quickly. At the same time, he studied the purple figure before him carefully. He had a feeling that this purple-clad young man seemed to be a little different compared to before. His eyes, when did they become so dim and lifeless? Right now, he's just like a walking corpse. Soon after, Emperor Wu noticed this. The purple-clad young man before him had purple hair and red eyes. At first glance, there were no changes. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that his red eyes had lost their previous luster. Only ferocity and ruthlessness remained. It was as though he had turned into a killing machine. The way Duan Lingtian charged toward Emperor Wu made Emperor Wu even more certain of this. A chill rose in martial Emperor Shiqi's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him with his purple hair fluttering in the wind and his bloodshot eyes glaring at him while holding the Devil Seal Tablet that was emitting black mist. A killing machine was emotionless. It only knew how to fight based on instinct. As long as its energy was not exhausted, it would continue to fight. Emperor Wu knew this very well. Perhaps his strength was on par with the purple-clothed young man before him, and it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. However, if this continued, he would definitely be the loser. This was because he would get tired. He would clearly feel the pain caused by the surging blood and qi in his body every time he fought. If this continued, not only his body, but even his heart would be exhausted. No, I can't go on like this. If this goes on, I won't be able to escape death. With a shake of the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, Emperor Wu once again clashed with the Duan Lingtian. Immediately after, he borrowed the force of the collision and retreated. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to think of a solution. Now he was completely sure. The purple-clothed youth before him had completely lost his mind. Right now, he was completely under the control of the stone tablet in his hand. The strangeness of the stone tablet caused the greed in Emperor Wu's eyes to diminish. At this time he also realized, although the stone tablet in the purple-clothed young man's hand could greatly increase one's strength, it also had extremely frightening side effects. The side effect was that it would turn one into an emotionless killing machine. Subsequently, a scene that caused the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, to be dumbfounded appeared at the southeast side of Lost Stone Forest. They discovered that their master, Emperor Wu, was actually running away. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed figure with purple hair and red eyes was chasing after their master like a shadow, causing their master to be in a wretched state. He did not have the bearing of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu at all. Master is running away? Don't tell me Master can't defeat him? Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao muttered to himself with a horrified expression on his face. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples also heard his muttering. Lord Emperor Wu can't defeat him? No way. Senior brother Zhao said so. We can't see Lord Emperor Wu's movements clearly, but as a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage, senior brother Zhao must be able to capture some of it. His words shouldn't be wrong. Then, does this mean Lord Emperor Wu is really running away? He's running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force? At once, all of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers were in an uproar. In their opinion, the most unbelievable thing had just happened. Lord Emperor Wu, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was actually running away from the leader of a low-level first-rate force? Wait a minute. Soon after, the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples who had their eyes fixed on the scene, including Zhou Yi, felt their hearts jolt. They discovered that their master wasn't running away. Instead, he was luring the enemy in. To be more precise, he was luring the purple-clothed figure toward the killing formation. The illusory formation in Lost Stone Forest was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It was nothing to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the killing formation in Lost Stone Forest was personally set up by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master whom their master had hired. It was extremely powerful. Although it was difficult to kill a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was still able to interfere with him to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian, who was completely controlled by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet, would, naturally, not take the initiative to avoid the killing formation. All he knew was to kill Emperor Wu, who was standing in front of him. He would not let him go. Therefore, when Emperor Wu lured him into the range of the killing formation, he entered it. As soon as he entered the killing formation, a wave of vast energy swept from all directions. It shrunk rapidly toward Duan Lingtian as though it was going to crush him. The energy was extremely powerful. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage would be crippled if he did not die. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying energy from the killing formation came from all directions and blasted Duan Lingtian's body. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand rose into the air and arrived above his head. A layer of light extended and shrouded his body. Boom, 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 boom. The overwhelming attack landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. It caused the light shield to tremble slightly as though it was not under any pressure at all. Duan Lingtian, who was being protected, seemed to have sensed the dangerous situation he was in. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar like a wild beast. At that moment, his purple hair fluttered rapidly as though it had transformed into purple pythons that danced continuously. Each of the purple pythons seemed to be letting out a silent roar. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned extremely red as though blood was about to drip out of them. Then he made his move. His hand was as fast as lightning. It followed the vast energy that surged from all directions like a shadow. Before the energy could hit the light shield, he shattered it one by one. Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly superfluous in the eyes of most people. Everyone present could see that. The light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian from the Devil Seal tablet was not afraid of the energy from the killing formation at all. Now is the time. Just when everyone was speechless by Duan Lingtian's action, Emperor Wu, who had successfully lured Duan Lingtian into the killing formation, finally made his move. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook. A terrifying energy wrapped around the spear body as though it had transformed into a dragon that was coiling and moving at high speed. Then, it shot out like lightning. The spear seemed to have the help of the gods. It seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might as it ruthlessly landed on the light shield formed by the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Boom! With a loud bang, the light shield shook. As the energy on the 7-foot-long spear was depleted, a gap appeared on the light shield. It was a gap the size of 3 adult fists. Just as the gap began to fill up by itself, Emperor Wu made his move. His palm swept out and landed on Duan Lingtian's body through the gap. To be more precise, it landed on Duan Lingtian's dantian. Bang! In an instant, Duan Lingtian's dantian was shattered. Then, like a balloon bursting, the origin energy in it spilled out as though it was worthless. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, destroy his dandan. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's expression changed abruptly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was in a state of madness, only the 3 Emperor Wu's direct disciples, including Zhou Yi, saw the speed of Emperor Wu's attack. His dantian has been destroyed. The outcome has been decided. Emperor Wu's direct disciple with the surname Zhao sighed in relief as a bright smile appeared on his face. His dantian was destroyed? At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers felt as though they were dreaming. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The purple-clad young man who could fight with their lost stone forest Lord Emperor Wu had his dantian destroyed by Lord Emperor Wu. He's digging his own grave by coming to our lost stone forest to look for trouble. That's right. Our lost stone forest's Emperor Wu is a famous figure in the entire Cloud continent. How can he fight with Lord Emperor Wu? He's overestimating himself. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not forget to mock Duan Lingtian when they saw that the situation was one-sided. They had mocking smiles on their faces. However, the smiles on their faces froze soon after. This was because what happened next was completely out of their expectations. According to their imagination, Duan Lingtian's dantian was destroyed. He would not be able to fight anymore and would be killed by their lost stone forest's Emperor Wu. However, that was not the case. As Duan Lingtian's dantian was destroyed by Emperor Wu's palm strike, the origin energy in his dantian was completely drained away. The dantian that had lost all of its origin energy was suddenly shrouded by the black mist on his body. Subsequently, the black mist rapidly twisted and formed a black whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. Boom! At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet above Duan Lingtian's head trembled. A terrifying shockwave swept out and sent Emperor Wu, who was close to Shi flying. Barf! Emperor Wu, who was sent flying, turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. How's this possible? I've destroyed his dantian. Chapter 12:16. The whirlpool formed in Duan Lingtian's dantian was like a beast opening its bloody mouth as it swallowed all of the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. During this process, waves of vast and majestic aura rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It continued to spread out, causing everyone including Shi and Emperor Wu to shudder. This energy was powerful and domineering. What kind of energy is that? Emperor Wu's face turned grave. He could feel that the rising energy from the purple-clad young man before him seemed to have exceeded the scope of his understanding. In a place where no one could see, which was Duan Lingtian's dantian, waves of black energy that entered Duan Lingtian's dantian continued to gather in the middle of his dantian. In the end, it condensed into a black flame that emitted a deep soul aura. All of a sudden, The fluttering violet hair on Duan Lingtian's head slowly fell down to land on his shoulders, and his crimson-red eyes seemed to have lost some of its ruthlessness. Subsequently, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Emperor Wu. With just a glance, Emperor Wu was filled with dread as though he was facing a formidable enemy. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Emperor Wu, he disappeared before everyone's eyes as though he was never there. So fast! Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Emperor Wu's eyes could not help but narrow in shock. He realized that with Duan Lingtian's current speed, even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear and flew at full speed, he still would not be able to catch up to him. Although Duan Lingtian's departure was sudden, Emperor Wu sighed in relief. He had a feeling. If Duan Lingtian, whose dantian had undergone a transformation, attacked him, he would definitely die. So fast! The two Emperor Wu's direct disciples with the surname Zhao and the surname Sun were shocked. They realized that when the purple-clad young man disappeared this time, they could not even catch a trace of his movements. Zhou Yi also realized this, and his face turned extremely grave. However, his eyes lit up again very quickly. This was because he realized that when Duan Lingtian left, not only did he not bring the lady who was standing nearby with him, but he also did not bring the mysterious stone tablet that gave him such a powerful energy. However, Zhou Yi's face turned gloomy again very quickly. This was because he realized that the stone tablet was in the hands of his master, Emperor Wu. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to obtain the stone tablet now. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood at the side, and her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with worry. She had seen the transformation on Duan Lingtian's body from the beginning until the end. Although Duan Lingtian did not bring her along when he left, she did not blame Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but she was also worried about Duan Lingtian's current situation. She knew that something must have happened to Duan Lingtian that she did not know about. Feng Tianwu's red clothes fluttered as she prepared to leave Lost Stone Forest to chase after Duan Lingtian. However, she was quickly stopped by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi said nonchalantly, "Don't forget our agreement. If you run away now, I don't mind making a trip to the Lingtian sect and annihilating the entire Lingtian sect." Feng Tianwu's expression changed when she heard Zhou Yi's threat. She said in a deep voice, "You've seen what elder brother Duan is capable of. How dare you provoke me and the Lingtian sect? Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhou Yi snorted disdainfully. "I admit that the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier is very powerful. However, that's the strength that was given to him by the stone tablet. Now that he's lost the stone tablet, do you think I'll be afraid of him even if he makes a comeback?" Zhou Yi had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, without the stone tablet, Duan Lingtian was not a match for him at all. He could kill him with just a flip of his palm. Although Feng Tianwu was extremely furious, when she thought about how much the Lingtian sect meant to her elder brother Duan, she suppressed her anger in the end. "I hope you won't regret this." In the end, Feng Tianwu glanced at Zhou Yi coldly before she turned around and left. She returned to the stone house that she was staying in. Regret? Zhou Yi, don't know what regret is. Zhou Yi smiled disdainfully before his eyes landed on the devil seal tablet that was left behind by Duan Lingtian in Emperor Wu's hand. A greedy expression appeared on his face. All of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu, including the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were staring at the devil seal tablet in Emperor Wu's hand just like Zhou Yi. That stone tablet gave them too much of a shock. It allowed a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was weaker than Zhou Yi to possess the strength to fight with their lost stone forest's Emperor Wu. Not only that, even if the person who used the stone tablet to raise his strength had his dantian destroyed, not only would he be able to display powerful strength, but he would also be able to fly. In their opinion, it was truly inconceivable. In a place extremely far away in the east of Lost Stone Forest, a purple figure moved at an extremely fast speed and left Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had just left Lost Stone Forest. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still maintained his appearance after devilification. He had purple hair, red eyes, and a blank expression on his face. He looked like a walking corpse. "Kid, you're really bold. You're much stronger than I was back then. You've absorbed the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet into your body 3 times with the body of an innate stage martial artist. You really don't want to live anymore." In Duan Lingtian's mind, a loud and clear voice that was full of energy suddenly sounded out. "Humph. If I didn't gather my soul and rebirth to absorb the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal tablet, you would have died a long time ago. However, you don't have to thank me. You used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times. You can consider it as helping me gather my soul and rebirth. Or even now." The owner of the loud and clear voice couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. He was like a chatterbox. "However, you still owe me a life. If I didn't stop you from attacking that little fellow at the innate void restoration stage in time, your soul would have been destroyed a long time ago. You better believe me. Your soul is on the verge of collapsing after the exhaustion. If you dare to recklessly use the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet again, your soul will definitely be destroyed. Once your soul is destroyed, this saint will be forced to accept this broken body of yours. This saint doesn't want this broken body of yours. Remember, you owe this saint a life. In the future, you must find a superior body for this saint. I don't ask for much. I just want the body of a direct descendant of the dragons." The chatterbox continued to talk as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. "That's right. I forgot that you can't hear me anymore. However, it's been so many years since I last spoke. It's really satisfying to talk so much now. Let the remaining soul remnant energy in your body bring you to a place to rest first. I'll then absorb it and let your suppressed soul recover. If I absorb it now, you'll definitely fall to your death. At that time, it'll be over for both of us. You better believe me. You're now a cripple with a crippled Dantian. It's really embarrassing for your Dantian to be crippled by a little fellow at the innate void restoration stage." The chatterbox continued to talk tirelessly. He could not stop at all. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian could not hear him now. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lost Stone Forest regained its peace. The destroyed stone forest in the southeast was also restored to its original state. It was as if it had never been destroyed. The group of Emperor Wu's followers was very efficient when they made their move. Although the destroyed stone forest was repaired, the incident that happened 3 days ago was destined to be unforgettable for the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers who were present that day. The purple-clad young man with purple hair and red eyes would occasionally appear in their minds. It caused their scalps to go numb as chills ran down their spines. The purple figure had become their nightmare. On this day, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Lost Stone Forest. It was a sturdy old man dressed in a red robe. The old man had a grayish-white beard, and his long grayish-white hair was scattered on his shoulders and back. It was not tied up with a hairband. A gust of wind blew, and the red robe on the old man's body fluttered as though it had transformed into a blazing flame. It made him look like a fire god had descended. Without warning, the red-robed old man disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Lost Stone Forest. As for the illusory formations and killing formations in Lost Stone Forest, they were completely ignored by him. He walked into Lost Stone Forest as though he was walking on flat ground. "Who's that?" The red-robed old man's appearance quickly alerted many of Emperor Wu's followers. A group of Emperor Wu's followers appeared and surrounded the red-robed old man. There was a hint of dread on the faces of these Emperor Wu's followers. They were a little scared in their hearts. Could this old man be a freak like the purple-clad young man from 3 days ago? Based on the current situation, both of them seemed to be quite similar. At the very least, when they entered Lost Stone Forest, it was as though they were walking on flat ground. They completely ignored the illusory formations and killing formations. The red-robed old man who was frowning when he saw the group of Emperor Wu's followers in Lost Stone Forest suddenly seemed to have noticed something. His eyes lit up right away. "Fire spirit body? Subsequently, he exclaimed softly before vanishing before the group of Emperor Wu's followers. The moment the red-robed old man disappeared, the group of Emperor Wu's followers felt a gust of wind blowing toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. T. He's gone in. At once, all of Emperor Wu's followers had a change of expression. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The powerhouse has broken in. The powerhouse has broken in. At once, the group of Emperor Wu's followers flew out and flew at full speed toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest. They shouted anxiously, trying their best to warn Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers in the depths of Lost Stone Forest. Chapter 12:17. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of a stone house that was completely hollowed out. It was a muscular old man in a red robe. It was the red-robed old man who had just entered Lost Stone Forest. You used to have the fire spirit body? At this moment, the old man was looking at the stone house before him with gleaming eyes. His tone was solemn as though he was talking to the air. How did you know? Almost at the instant the old man's words left his mouth, the stone house's door opened automatically. A figure that looked like a fire spirit appeared before the old man's eyes. It was a lady in red. The lady had a peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Good, good. The old man studied the red-robed lady before him and kept saying good. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was. What's your name? The old man asked the red-robed lady, who was also Feng Tianwu, kindly. You haven't answered me. Feng Tianwu did not answer the old man. Because I used to have the fire spirit body too. The old man replied with a smile. You can say that we're the same type of people. You used to have the fire spirit body too? Feng Tianwu was a little surprised when she heard the old man's words. Although she had lost her memory, she had learned about the fire spirit body from the man she liked a long time ago. She also knew that it was all thanks to that man that she was able to get rid of the fire spirit body. As for how difficult it was for an ordinary possessor of the fire spirit body to break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body exploding at the age of 30 was something she knew very well from that man. Since the old man before her could get rid of the shackles of the fire spirit body, it meant that he was not an ordinary person. Only people with the same innate spirit body can sense each other. Don't you think I'm very close to you? The old man asked with a kind smile on his face. Think so, a little. Feng Tianwu nodded. She realized that apart from that man, she was extremely cold to everyone else. However, not only was she not cold to this old man whom she met for the first time, she even started chatting with him. How dare you trespass into our lost stone forest? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out like a thunderclap, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to turn grim. She hurriedly looked at the red-robed old man before her. Leave quickly. The people here aren't to be trifled with. You're very kind. The red-robed old man smiled and nodded in satisfaction. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he turned around and looked at a young man who was rushing over from not far away. The young man was dressed in black and was tall. He was currently glaring at the red-robed old man and said coldly, Old man, do you know the consequences of trespassing on our lost stone forest? The black-clad young man was none other than Zhou Yi. Consequences? I'm very curious, what are the consequences? The red-robed old man calmly looked at Zhou Yi and asked. Since you're curious, I'll tell you. The consequence is death. Zhou Yi didn't expect that the red-robed old man would dare to talk back to him. He flew into a rage and shouted. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot toward the red-robed old man. Be careful. Zhou Yi's speed was too fast. Even if Feng Tianwu wanted to save him, it was too late. All she could do was cry out in alarm. Boom. Soon after, a loud sound reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by waves of rolling airwaves that turned into gusts of strong wind that blew the surrounding boulders. Especially the stone house that Feng Tianwu lived in, it was directly destroyed by the rolling airwaves. The stone house was originally formed by hollowing out a boulder. Compared to the boulder, it was much weaker. Barf! Then Feng Tianwu saw Zhou Yi was sent flying backward like an arrow that was released from a bow. He continued to spit out blood along the way and looked extremely wretched. On the other hand, the red-robed old man stood there without moving an inch. It was as though nothing had happened to him. "Your Emperor Wu?" Finally, Zhou Yi came to a halt and looked at the red-robed old man with a grave expression. Only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could take his attack head-on without moving an inch. "Your ability is considered pretty good among the martial monarch stage martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that brat Shi-Chi's direct disciple, right?" The red-robed old man asked calmly as he glanced at Zhou Yi indifferently. "That brat Shi-Chi?" The moment the red-robed old man's words left his mouth, not only was Zhou Yi dumbfounded, but even Feng Tianwu was shocked by him. This old man addressed the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, as a brat? "Senior, poor you." As Emperor Wu's favorite direct disciple, Zhou Yi was extremely good at observing people's expressions. At that moment, he realized he might have kicked an iron plate, so he asked anxiously. The red-robed old man ignored Zhou Yi's question and said loudly, "Shi-Chi brat, you're really arrogant. Do you want me to invite you out?" The red-robed old man's voice that contained origin energy swept through the entire Lost Stone Forest in just a blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire Lost Stone Forest was in an uproar. "Shi-Chi brat? Oh my God! Who's the person who spoke? He actually addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat? If he's not here to look for trouble, then he's most likely Emperor Wu's senior." Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Emperor Wu's followers began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu's followers who were chasing the red-robed old man into the depths of Lost Stone Forest stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Don't tell me that the old man who addressed Lord Emperor Wu as a brat is the same old man from earlier? One of the martial emperor's followers asked as he swallowed his saliva. Apart from him, there shouldn't be a second old man in Lost Stone Forest. It should be him. Another Emperor Wu's follower said. Soon after, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who were charging toward the depths of Lost Stone Forest turned around and returned to the place where they were patrolling. At this moment, they realized something. They could not afford to offend the red-robed old man. Senior Chihua. In the depths of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu appeared not long after the red-robed old man spoke. After Martial Emperor Shi-Chi appeared, he bowed respectfully at the red-robed old man. This scene stunned Zhou Yi and Feng Tianwu who were standing at the side. Even the other two Emperor Wu's direct disciples who heard the news were stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them and could not regain their senses for a long time. Shi-Chi, judging by the speed you displayed earlier, you've made a breakthrough? The red-robed old man, Chihua, whom Martial Emperor Shi-Chi referred to as, asked as he sized Martial Emperor Shi-Chi up with interest. Senior Chihua, you have a good eye. Emperor Wu smiled and nodded before asking, Senior Chihua, when did you return to Cloud Continent? When did he return to Cloud Continent? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, Feng Tianwu looked at Chihua in confusion. This old man was not from Cloud Continent? As for Zhou Yi, his expression changed instantly. He's a powerhouse from outside Cloud Continent? I just returned, Chihua replied. He then looked at Zhou Yi and said nonchalantly, Shi-Chi boy, your direct disciple is quite strong. Upon hearing Chihua's words, Zhou Yi did not wait for his master to react. He hurriedly bowed humbly and apologized respectfully. Senior Chihua, I didn't know your identity earlier. Please forgive me for offending you. Zhou Yi, what did you do? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhou Yi and asked in a deep voice. Master, I mistakenly thought Senior Chihua was an outsider who trespassed into our Lost Stone Forest, so... Zhou Yi did not finish his sentence, but Emperor Wu could roughly guess what had happened. Senior Chihua, please forgive my disciple for offending you. Emperor Wu followed suit and bowed respectfully to Chihua. There was a hint of respect between his brows. It's just a small matter. Chihua shook his head, indicating that he would not take it to heart. After a while, he said, I returned to Cloud Continent this time mainly to remind all of you. That matter has been brought forward by a year. You can start preparing now. A year? Emperor Wu was slightly surprised. Senior Qihua, why is that so? I don't know the exact reason. I'm just a messenger. Now that the message has been delivered, it's time for me to leave, Qihua said calmly. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the red-clad lady standing next to him, Feng Tianwu. I'd like to take this little girl with me. You don't have any objections, right? Qihua asked as he stared deeply at Martial Emperor Shi. Of course, I don't have any objections. Emperor Wu quickly responded. Put aside the fact that Feng Tianwu was not related to him, even if she was his direct disciple, as long as Qihua asked, he would transfer her to Qihua. When Zhou Yi heard that Qihua wanted to take Feng Tianwu away, although his expression was slightly grave, he did not dare to do anything. Qihua was someone even his master, Emperor Wu, feared. Naturally, he did not dare to offend him. Girl, come with me. With your innate talent, you shouldn't be buried here. Qihua said to Feng Tianwu. It was obvious he thought Feng Tianwu was Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. I can go with you. However, you have to help me kill them. Feng Tianwu said slowly as she looked at Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi. Qihua was stunned. Then he looked at Martial Emperor Shi and Zhou Yi. When both of them felt goosebumps rising on their skin, he asked curiously, how did they offend you? He thought the red-clad lady next to him was Emperor Wu's direct disciple as well. However, it seemed like that was not the case. They deserve to die. Feng Tianwu said coldly. Senior Qihua, Martial Emperor Shi wanted to say something when he saw Qihua sizing him up. However, he was interrupted by Qihua. Don't you think it's better if you kill them with your own strength? Qihua asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.